Hello. Welcome. Today's stream will be, keep it simple. Oh, it'll be, as soon as this hooks properly, it'll be the Sonic Advance trilogy. It'll be 3 games in the series that I played a ton of when I was a kiddo. Oh, and they did a pretty big part. They played a pretty big part in really. I think that they actually did a pretty good part in defining what a lot of the series was in the first half of the 2000s, because a lot of people probably spent a lot of time with them, and like I did, and many critics found them to be actually the good Sonic games coming out in that era, even if stuff like Heroes or Shadow was criticized more. So, while this says created by Sonic Team, the actual developers were a little studio called DIMPS, form of ex-SNK staff of all things. Let's start with this intro, which will show us some cool music and some flashy portraits while conveying absolutely zero information about this game's story. The reason for that is that it doesn't have one. It's the bare minimum Sonic story. Eggman is doing bad, you have to go make him not do bad. But we got some nice new big sprite art for our characters, complete with a little animation. And head in. And we got another of options, including game did support multiplayer over link cables. There are time attacks, but you have to get to the levels first, and this is a new game. And the Tiny Chow Garden is a feature that allows you to take care of a Chow and transfer it to things like the Sonic Adventure games on GameCube. So we got 4 characters here: Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, Amy. And we will stick to Sonic, because I happen to enjoy Sonic a lot. And it immediately puts you right in. No guff. Now, the first thing you may notice about this game is that it really, at the end of the day, feels like Sonic, like the Genesis games in particular. Sonic's got his kind of slow start, but some good alright acceleration. Can get up to a good speed. Get spin dash. Can roll. Can jump. He's got the insta shield, sort of. It doesn't actually make you invincible in this game, but it still expands your attack radius. However, there is some notable thing. That's of course all mapped to the A button, but on the B button, you have this weird little somersault thing, and if you press it 2 more times, you get a slide kick. It's not very useful, but it's clearly trying to include something that was introduced in Sonic Adventure 2. In fact, you could even do this weird, like, flippy jump from it. I don't know why you'd want to, but that is also based on something in Sonic Adventure 2. All it really was like a unique animation for if you jumped out of the somersault. But at any rate, this game, in many ways, kind of is just another classic Sonic game. Probably a better Sonic 4 than Sonic 4, though not a better Sonic 4 than Sonic Mania. You'll notice, though, the animations are very nice and smooth. Like I said, DIMPS were ex-SNK folks, so it's not surprising that they have some great sprite artists on their hands. Enemies tend to be the classic Sonic style of, like, animal-shaped robots of various styles. Some are returning, some new. Yeah, you know what? It doesn't really make much sense, does it? You really could have just let you roll into those things, but dems the brakes. So basically, what makes this game a little odd is that it has a lot of trappings of, like, now that I think of it, I almost think of it as maybe it was another way to nerf the spin dash, to keep you from, like, mashing it like you were in like you would in Sonic Adventure 1, because it was busted in that game. I almost feel like they did it just to kind of make you do things slower sometimes. But at any rate, it is fun to mash the Sonic Adventure 1 spin dash, so who knows. Also, Sonic has this weird little air dash. Yes, you actually do that by double tapping forward in the air. Characters in this game do have, like, a number of these weird moves, but for the most part, apart from this little air dash, which has speedrun functions, and if you're playing as Sonic, Tails, or Knuckles, these generally won't matter. Amy's a different story. Amy is an unusual character that I'll probably show off after I finish this playthrough with Sonic. Because she kind of needs to be shown off. She's the odd one out. Yeah, Knuckles can punch, Tails has his tail whip, but even they're not super useful when you can just, you know, spin dash through everything. But Amy, yeah, she's the exception, and is based very much off her Sonic Adventure 1 incarnation. That was stupid of me. Bosses are Sonic bosses as they are. Eggman in some goofy permutation of his flying vehicle thing. And yeah, the boss music is kind of slow and foreboding. Reminds me of like the Sonic 1 boss theme in that sense. Also, you can do that, which is really funny. But it doesn't hurt you, it just sends you flying. Anyway. Any stupid fucking instant kills? I mean, there's some levels with Crush Death and with Pits, but like, nothing like whatever Sonic Advance 2 will do to you. What that game will do to you, well, I'll show it off later. We'll get there. We've got time. Anyway, this is Secret Base Zone, which I honestly wish stuck with that city aesthetic with the spotlights for a bit longer. Most of this stage is like this indoor factory look, which is pretty common for Sonic, but that spotlight sequence is cool. But it is just kind of a neat thing to start the stage with. It sets the stage well, so. And the music's cool too. Got a sort of spy theme going on to it. But really, that's kind of the thing about this game. It is basically just another 2D Sonic in like the most straightforward way. And I think that's pretty neat, because like, so what's interesting is that this is technically, when it comes to studio names, this is Dimps' first 2D Sonic game. But when it comes to the staff, it's not. Because before this, the staff worked on Sonic Pocket Adventure for the Neo Geo Pocket Color while they were still at SNK. Which, yeah, that means there's a Sonic game officially developed by SNK, which I think is just kind of weird and neat. I believe that they left to form Dimps after the original SNK shut down. And so, that's kind of what led them to here. And I believe they also have, like, some connection to Sammy, and that's why they ended up working with Sega a lot once those two companies ended up merging. But then that connection, I think, kind of fell off, and that's why they kind of stopped doing Sonic stuff. Dimps has a lot of other credits going around, like they have a couple of original fighting games, the Rumblefish 1 and 2, that showed up in arcades. Fighting game fans may more know them for their work on various modern Street Fighter games, Street Fighter 4, I think Cross Tekken, and they helped on 5 too, right? Pretty sure they were in 5 as well. Also on the Game Boy Advance, I believe they may have even done some work on, like, I know they made a game I personally like that isn't too popular called Dragon Ball Advanced Adventure, one of the few Dragon Ball games to be based on, like, the original, like, Kid Goku arcs, which, but on a side note, this game speeds up the music way too much for the speed shoes. It's really uncomfortable. But, that aside, you know what, Dimps did a lot of Dragon Ball stuff since they, did the Budokai games, and eventually, Xenoverse, which, considering Xenoverse 2 is still getting DLC, they seem kind of busy. But it's a shame that they don't really get to flex their sprite arts anymore. Or, I wonder if any of the people who can do, like, that kind of pixel art are still there, or if they decide to move on. I'm always curious about that with these companies that used to do 2D art. Weird little gimmick. Hey, cool. Sure will. Yeah, it honestly amazes me that they're just gonna keep putting stuff in Xenoverse too. Anyway, probably the weirdest thing about this game is that there isn't a ton to say about it. It is just, like, obviously you can commentate on the gameplay, but it is, at the end of the day, it's just more 2D Sonic, and it's not the best one you'll play, it's not the worst. I will say that later on in the game it'll get a little rude with some hazard placement. That'll end up becoming a theme with dimps. What's funny is that Sonic Pocket Adventure is in many ways sort of like, it's not a remake, but it's pretty heavily influenced by Sonic 2. Which is probably the main like classic Sonic game I'd associate with some kind of rude traps. So I kind of feel like dimps like Sonic 2 a lot, and that got sort of led to later levels getting a little rude. But it's really not too bad when you get right down to it. The thing about Sonic is, you can get hurt, you can lose some rings, you keep going. Something I like about this series. Don't gotta put a ton of effort into it. Unless you're playing Sonic Advance 2, but we will get to that. Whew. But we've got time before that. This game's music is kind of interesting because it is like one of the more slower paced Sonic soundtracks. Sort of like Sonic 1 in that regard. Or like, not that the song has no energy, but it's not this really fast pumping track either. It's just cool. Oh, I like that it's got a number of unique enemies that do well at adhering to the Sonic style. It does like Sonic's own themes to expect, like here's a casino. Much like Sonic 2. Yeah, the soundtrack in all the Sonic Advance games is really good, I think. One thing I think is nice about it is, a common thing they do is that they'll, yeah, Sonic Advance 2 is a brain virus. Yeah, the neat thing they do with the music in all the Sonic Advance games is that, a lot of times for, like, bass sound... See, the Game Boy Advance's sound processing was a mixture of a PSG that was the same one in the, Game Boy Color. Game Boy Color, I think, might have been a little different, but it was a mixture of that and nothing else, more or less. Just, like, whatever samples you could play on the processor while also playing the, everything else in the game. So, composing stuff that sounded good tended to leave you pretty limited on space for good samples. And a lot of games kind of had to work around that and did their own ways. And the way the Sonic Advance games do it is by, is by using a bunch of, what would I call them? For the bass in particular, they tend to use the PSG, like the Game Boy beeps. Like, if you listen to, like, the lower bass on this song, it's really just, like, Game Boy style beeps. It's not a sample. Oh, and it works pretty well. Because like it's something that's meant to be more, or just kind of outline things rather than be the main sound. And also, if you're playing on garbage ass Game Boy Advance default speakers, then you won't even hear the bass at all. I remember when I first played this game with headphones, I was like, whoa, what is all this bass? And hey, look, this is a barrel that actually does what it's supposed to do. They do it right. I forget exactly, because when you get it going enough, geez, I'm saying this is supposed to work right, and now I'm just screwing it up. Oh, what? Excuse me a moment. Well, you know what? Fuck that. Okay, barrel still sucks. Fuck you, Carnival Night. Dynafire forever. I'll do the stupid spike section instead. But I swear you can actually just jump on those things and get where you need to go. Also, I got one ring from that random ring box. That's a thing that can happen. The ring layout and shield layout in this game is straight from Sonic Adventure. So there are 5 ring box, 10 ring box, 20 ring box, and random ring box, which in this game I believe the minimum for those is 1 and the maximum is 40, and they also have 5, 10, and 20 as possible values. And then the shields are just normal shield and magnetic shield, so no special, like, elemental resistance or properties applied to either of them, unlike Sonic 3 and Knuckles. The magnetic one just strictly better as it attracts rings to you. Other than that, this boss is a speedrunner's bane, of course, because where these two things go is kind of random, but for the rest of us humans, it's not too big a problem. You notice that every boss has what's called a pinch fate, a sort of pinch phase where they get slightly harder on the last 2 hits. That one, you can see it and the balls just start moving faster. This is something that continues through all the advanced games and the rush games. The bosses just kind of juice up near the end. Though as far as I'm aware, this is the only one that doesn't change the music for it. We'll see how that feels. Yeah, Sonic 4 does as well. But that game fucking blows. So, here's Ice Paradise. Another pretty standard Sonic kind of trope. Oh, though besides being an ice level, it'll also do another Sonic trope with that. Which I assume we'll see soon. This song's pretty, by the way. Another kind of chill track. Heck, with some vibes to it. Very, very nice. Oh geez, I can't stop on hills like that. And at the end of the day, this game's just a good Sonic experience. Like, hey, for Sonic fans who like the old games, it's another one, more or less. Like I said, it's not the best one you'll play, but it ain't the worst. It kind of feels a little slower than most of the actual 2D Sonics, which I think is on purpose because of the size of the Game Boy Advance screen. Like, you only have so much space on this thing, let's be real here. But yes, this level also doubles as the game's water level. If I remember properly, it's the only level with any water, so this game is very straightforward on having a single water level with water. Still got the classic air bubbles, still have that classic drowning music if I spend too long without getting one. But we're gonna try not to do that. Sonic 4 is so weird to me because, like, I think, like, because, like, some parts are just like, oh, this game was done on the cheap and didn't do anything impressive with any of its ideas or anything. Like, that's just something that happened. But, like, what's weird to me is why the physics are so fucked. Like, Dimps made a bunch of games that did Sonic-y physics, even though not all of them are perfectly as classic Sonic as this one because of the changes in mechanics. They all just do Sonic things fine, except for that game. Like, what happened? I mean, also that game was originally supposed to just be a mobile game called, like, Sonic the Portable or some shit was the code name. There's even, like, some signs that still say something like that in the background of a level. I mean, yeah, it's a phone game, but it's not like it was a friggin' Java phone game. It was on friggin' iPhones. They could have done something like this. Like, they put like a port of this game on the fucking N-Gage. Okay, that's a Dimps thing. Funny Dimps, haha. Enemy comes out of a wall. But, like, yeah. But yes, there is a port of this game to the N-Gage, retitled Sonic N. I am not totally sure how it runs. Oh dear. I mean, is it really, though? Like, then again, I mean, well, look, I think auto runners are kind of platformers, so I don't think it, or like, at least the 2D ones, like, there is still that weird, like, Gameloft developed, Sonic Runner's Adventure. But like, it's, so like, what else do you have on the iPhone? You have, Sonic CD, Sonic 1 and Sonic 2, obvious choices. Then you've got, what? You could do Sonic Jump and, Sonic Runner's Adventure, I guess? Like, I don't think Sonic Runner's Adventure is great, but it's probably better than 4. Neat thing about this game. Sonic 1 Invincibility theme. You know? Yes, that's true. Force's Speed Battle is, like, legitimately better than the game it's a tie-in to, and legitimately way longer supported. Invincibility, as you can see, does not protect you from drowning, so... I spent this whole last level underwater. Damn you, Dimps, for the spike trap, though. Oh, right, this. So... But yeah, I think, like, even if we don't consider, like, the 3D auto runners to be platformers, because they don't really feel like that, you can still count... You can still, I think, find 5 iPhone Sonic games... Oh, I should have hit that spring, huh? 5 iPhone Sonic games that are better than Sonic 4. Which I think is really funny. I forget, did that weird mobile Sonic Unleashed port game get an iPhone version? No, I think that was still Java phones. Oh god, I might be dead. Oh, no, I'm good. Unleashed was pre-smartphone. Or the Unleashed tie-in game. Well, it was pre-smartphone when it released on, not in, like, its existence, but... Yeah, the platforms launching off are, like, jump-through platforms. Very kind of them. Because they figured it was annoying enough if they didn't mean to make it worse. Fire the ice. Alright, time to fight a boss where Sonic is the only character that struggles. Well, this guy was a real roadblock when I was a kid, by the way. I remember it actually took me a good number of times to beat this guy. Good. You gotta manage. Basically, he drills into the ceiling and spikes come down. The bottom obviously hurts you, and you can stand on the top as platforms. Gotta jump up. Make sure you don't drown. Make sure you hit him. But here's the thing, though. Only Sonic really has to worry about, like, jumping like this. Is because Tails can fly, and when he's doing his helicopter flight, his tails actually damage things, so he could just, like, fly up and hit it a bunch. By the way, hey, I'm pretty sure I might have had trouble still doing that, but I was a stupid kid, so. Ah, I missed my ring. I think I can still handle it, though. Well, I'm just a little careful. Oh, but Knuckles actually has a unique ability in this game where when he goes into water, he can actually tread water. Like, once he goes above the surface, he'll, like, just go up and, like, tread water near the surface until you press something to drop down. Don't think you ever really had that in any other game. Though he can just fully swim in Sonic Adventure 2, so I guess it was pulling that out. And Amy, well, she can just jump and swing her hammer, and the hitbox is big enough to just hit him from the ground. So yeah, Sonic struggle boss. That's actually a weirdly common thing in Sonic games. Games that have these, at least in like 2D ones, that have all these playable characters. Now, Angel Island, which has somehow graduated from first level to 5th, and is also more focused around being a floating ruin than like the beach area, but. This is when the game really starts getting a little rude. It's got being a sky level, it's gonna have plenty of pits. Gonna have some spike traps. Also worth noting, it's the fifth zone, the fifth normal zone anyway. There's like a boss stage at the end that's its own zone, but it's obviously not really much going on. It's the 5th zone, and there's only 6 of them in total. So, oh, this game's not super long by Sonic standards, but or is it like? It's like Sonic 3 alone, or Sonic and Knuckles alone, really. Although probably even shorter than those, the levels aren't as fucking enormous. Probably a little harder than those, though, so makes up for it. Oh, that's a spike. But that doesn't mean it's bad. You got 4 characters to play with. You got special stages to find. And, which I haven't found any, because I don't remember where any of them are. There's basically the way a special stage works is that I'm pretty sure most acts, if not all of them, that or it's just in 1 act per zone. Maybe it's 1 per zone. There's this special spring where if you bounce on it, you get 1 shot at the special stage. The thing is, the special stages in this game are kind of bad, and the reward for them is not super amazing. Spoiler alert, you do not get to do Super Sonic whenever you want. You do get like a special Super Sonic boss fight after the regular final boss, but it's cool. It's cool, but it's not much. Yeah, I believe. Yeah, they're kind of weird to find. Dimps made accessing special stages really hard in Sonic 1, 2, and all the Sonic Advance games. Luckily, they cooled off on that for Rush, but that said, I would also say this is the easiest Sonic Advance game to find them in. So make of that what you will as we move forward. I always forget how nice this song is. It's a nice melody. The only good thing about trying to get them in 3 is that, like, at least you don't have to find all the things in the level in one go. Yeah, me too. Like, we know Super Sonic's gonna be in them, and like, I think some rumors say we'll probably get to play as him more than once, so they better add some mechanics, like. So far, like, my 2 favorite Super Sonic fights in the Sonic series are, let's see, the one in Sonic Adventure 1 against Perfect Chaos. I think that one's good. It's just like, the thing about it's like the idea is that you have to go fast enough while dodging attacks and going through what's basically a level, and that feels pretty good in like a Sonic kind of format. It also still controls like relatively like the main game. I think it's actually one of the better ones. And then the other one I like best is the Sonic Rush Adventure one. And that's because that's literally just a shoot 'em up. It's a fucking shoot 'em up. It's just a shoot 'em up boss. It's the final boss. It rules. Oh, you just like you can even shoot like charged fireballs and stuff. It's a lot of fun. Oh, hey, I got the max rings out of that. Sonic Adventure 2 is a hell of a spectacle. It's just, you know, playing it is like, eh. But you're not there. Wow. You're not there to play the one in Sonic Adventure 2. You're there to just like blast, live, and learn, and like feel every emotion at once. Oh, there's a platform up there. I'm really wasting a lot of time in this level. Okay, let's just do Sonic things to get up there. And then Sonic Generations, well, it looks like a homing shot if you ask me. Little oddity about this game, the life counter can't show more than 9, but you can have more than 9 lives. Oh, another oddity in this game. As Sonic or Amy only, you can grind. And you do it by pressing R when you touch the top of one of those rails. It's almost completely useless. There are hardly any rails in the game. And again, 2 characters can't even use them, so like... obviously they can't be mandatory. They're just very there. Basically, I feel like what this game... Ooh. Well, I screwed up grabbing both of those. The thing that's odd about this game is that, between things like the attacks and the grinding, it feels like it's adding things from the 3D Sonic games. But... it's very, like, non-committal about it. Like, you don't need to use any of them. It's just like, hey, here's a few little things. You remember if you played these, huh? And then otherwise it's just Sonic, you know? This will change big time. Big time. I took almost 5 minutes at that level. I was talking about them not being as big as Sonic 3 and Knuckles levels. Granted, that's partially because I was kind of fucking up silly stuff. Some of the late game levels of this actually do get lengthy. Also, this bit right here where you bounce off the clouds, yeah, there's a bit below that in like the first 5 seconds of the level, so watch that. Thank you, Dimps. Yeah, Bio Lizard was basically like the last part of Cannon's Core and Bio Lizard. That's kind of what you end in terms of Sonic and Shadow gameplay. And then after Cannon's Core, which is the end of, you know, everyone else's gameplay. This bit's a little annoying. Sometimes I go fast enough and just get some weird collision behavior with these, but I got the most expected outcome here, so based on speed and life cycles. Ultimately, I like that they have these chameleon enemies like that walk around on the ground and shoot the tongue out, because those are from Sonic Adventure 1 as well. Like the chameleon enemy originally comes from like Sonic 1, but those are the ones that hit in the walls and either shoot projectiles at you or like drop down and charge at you. The ones that use the tongue are from Adventure. But yeah, I think this game is interesting because like basically it's a 2D Sonic pre-generations, and what that means is that there was not a separate classic Sonic brand that they would relegate that stuff to. This is just, hey, this is Sonic. It's just a Sonic. So he's got stuff from like the Adventure games, because those are also Sonic games. Yeah, the task of this game, AIM has to hack the camera because it can't keep up with the Sonic at the highest speeds, and since the task is doing that, you know, all the time, you fucking need to. Because like, you only get ahead of the camera like when at certain points where the level lets you go super fast. Much like in Sonic 3 and Knuckles. I like that spike placement, and I love this spring placement. Dimps has a bunch of jokers. There are some funny guys in their level design department. Honestly though, as much as I joke about it, this game's level design is like fine. Pretty good, yeah. More than fine, it's good. Like, it's Sonic. Like, that's the thing about this game. It is doing what Sonic do. And there's nothing wrong with it. I forget how you do it. Yeah, sometimes you gotta stop and wait. You're like, I don't know, is there a pit down there? But it's cool otherwise. Boing. And now the boss here is... Knuckles? Yeah, nice gold glove you're sporting there. This unsurprisingly plays out a lot like the Knuckles fight in Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Especially since in some Sonic Pocket Adventure literally had that fight in it, so... Wait, why is he exploding? Yep. Truth is, this is not Knuckles, this is a robot who largely does Knuckles things, except for the second half of the fight he starts belching missiles at you, which I think is pretty cool. Also, the song for the second half of this fight is really cool. Also, I might die. Yeah, I died. Oh, I forgot to pick up Scrapneck. I should get those. Like, I haven't been keeping up on the mini-series for IDW Sonic very well. The only one I ended up reading was Imposter Syndrome, because it seemed like really important to the plot of the main series. Which I think is a good thing that the other ones aren't really so much. Which because the whole reading multiple series to keep up on a comic is dumb and sucks generally. But like I feel like Tangle and Whisper certainly makes them like more interesting characters in the main comic, especially Whisper. But and I guess Bad Guys like helps too, but with Starline. But I think only Imposter Syndrome is really like you gotta read this to work. I mean, I'm always up for Zavok smelling fries. You know this. Zavok sweep, get them fries. There you go. Hello, you just see the head fly off. Eggman is obviously grumpy that his creation didn't work. The sprites in this game have a lot of expression to them. Also to Egg Rocket. Onward to Egg Rocket, which has awesome music. But I'm gonna let Sonic's idle animation play out a bit. Because, you know, Sonic's always got those, but this one's real bouncy. Has a lot of expression to it. That's our guy Sonic. And, like, there's a lot of just little things that are more animated than they've ever been. Like, Springs now have a falling animation, and the going up one on his, like, has, like, his quills moving in the wind. In the spin dash kind of, like, bends forward as you charge it a bit. It's just a nice looking area. Anyway, this level has a gimmick. Watch the timer here. It's now counting down from 5 minutes. That's because this is a multi-stage rocket and you have to get high enough before it falls off. Yeah, this level's really cool, honestly. A really neat gimmick. It's when the game design starts to get a little ruder, but again, this game is still not super hard. It's ultimately light on gimps really screwing you over. And the music's nice too. Like again, it's like slower soundtrack than some of the other Sonic games, but has some feeling to it, you know, this kind of minor key melody. This stage tends to have lots of little like arrows pointing you where to go because of the fact that it's pretty vertical and you will be going either left or right. Makes sense. Like, there's a couple parts where it can feel a little like misleading on where to go, but in general, not too bad. Also, some parts where missing a jump will send you backwards a bit more than you might want. And of course, we got tubes. Gotta have some tubes in like the mechanical levels. Whew. Now that's a dirty little trap. Oh yeah, you don't actually want to go this way. You just want to get back inside. Where do I ride this spring? Oops. Right, yeah, this is what I mean by going backwards some. Yeah, you can screw yourself up more or by using like Tails and Knuckles to explore a lot, but you can also just skip chunks of the level, which is nice. So, it's a trade-off. Sonic's gotta do things the man way, though. Maybe I'll skip the tube this time and try the other path. Still got 3 minutes, so... not too bad. Yeah, okay, this is where I want it to be. Normal stuff now. Going, and then I think we should be near where we want to go. Hit the loop. Gotta do this jump right here. Failed to do that jump right, but it's okay. We had a shield. I've talked about this before, but I think the ring and shield systems in Sonic games are, like, really good. Because, like, these are games that expect you to, like, try a bunch of different things and sometimes get screwed up. Mistakes don't harm you that much. Especially if you're not going for, like, a good ending in, like, Sonic 1, 2, or CD, where you need to eat rings to get into the special stage. Alright, stage 2. The timer resets to 5 minutes, luckily. Otherwise, it's more of the same. This is probably, like, the longest level in the game, so... especially if you do make some mistakes like I did and end up having to redo bits. Like I said, the song's in a minor key, but it is a little, like, melancholic feeling. Again, I like this. And it's just... yeah, because, like, that feeling reminds me of Sonic 1 soundtrack, which the series doesn't go for much. A little slower and sometimes a bit, like, nostalgic sounding. Not just in terms of something I remember, but that bit of melancholy to the vibes. And I got that 200 rings right before that enemy popped out. Frankly, I could have avoided that. Like, what you want to do is just make sure you're bouncing high enough off this thing, and then just go over. But, you know, I got impatient. But actually, the way forward is here anyway, so... alright, these things. I like the designs of those. That they go for that really abstract look next to all the rest of the enemies. Yeah, like... obviously you can roll through most things, but, like... there's some points where, like... if you're trying to go fast in new places, like spin dashing at spots you wouldn't before... you can make mistakes that end up picking the wrong spot, and it's like it doesn't want to penalize you much for that in most cases. You know what? I'm not gonna get that just because I don't want the music to get way too fast. You know how it is. Besides, this part's a little cheeky. You get that, you just get launched off the side and land on a lower platform and have to come back up. You're supposed to go here. That's a weird jump to make, but actually realizing now it's easier because I know how, like, the slopes in this game work generally. I know that I get the farther horizontal distance from jumping from it, so... but I remember I had having trouble with that jump as a small one. Oh, speaking of jumps I had trouble with, there's a really specific spot you gotta hit the spring to not just, you know, fucking die. Kind of annoying. Well, that was lucky. Pro tip for Sonic games, or 2D Sonic games in general, is that spikes only hurt you on the pointy end, which is always something I found kind of neat, because it's like, that makes sense, but also, like, some people don't know it and that trips them up. Like, there's a bit in Sonic Mania where, like, the proper way to get up something is to, like, stand on the side of a spike, and I've seen some people get confused by that. One more part of this level, and you can see we finally reached space, which I think is cool. We're above the planet, and with space comes, well, a pretty lovable gimmick for the series. After we do some fasts first. Look at all those speed boosters. I can't believe they automated this shit. Sonic Team's going down the drain. I thought there was something up there. And yep, gravity switching. That's here. Here. It originally showed up in Death Egg and Sonic and Knuckles. After that, had an appearance in Sonic Adventure 2's oh boy. Sonic Adventure 2's Crazy Gadgets. And sort of in like Final Chase as well with those weird barrels, but the proper switching was in Crazy Gadget. But we'll see more of that in the next act of this level, which is an interesting thing. Because, like, you may have noticed this level is called Egg Rocket Zone Act 1. And keep that in mind for a bit later. Can't believe they're making me do actual platforming in this platformer. Can you believe that? How disgusting of them. We'll have to fix that. Oh well. Alright, here's like one more bit of really weird jumping you have to do here. Not that, but I guess that works. That is one way to do it, I guess. And also, this is the end of the level. You go into this tube and it's just over. It's a little weird. I remember being a bit surprised. Because I didn't really... So anyway, here we are. Cosmic Angel Zone, Act 2. Wait a second, that wasn't the name of the level. Yeah, Act 2 just has a different name. It also looks really cool. I like this purple. Cool look. And this like, much more energetic remix of the song is really good. This is like... this might be my favorite song in the game. It is one of, like, the few, like, really faster-paced songs in the game. Not that there are none, but it's one of the more notable ones because it's right at the end like this. And I love, like, those horn stabs. It's good. It's a good sample. These horn samples end up, like, coming up throughout, like, a lot of the games. I think all three of them, especially 1 and 2. 3 diversifies things a bit. Like, actually, I think 3 uses a lot of the same samples. It's just, like, I think I'm not sure who composed all these games, but they all do feel like they have different styles in some sense, but 3 is a little bit more different than 1 and 2. Also, 2 reuses some things, some little, like, bits of music from 1, and I think 3 tends to change those. But not all of them, so... But yeah, as you can see, the game is like, you could say it's ramping up in difficulty. It's finding new ways to hurt me. Oh, well, look what I did. I did not mean to find a special stage spring, but I found it. And this is going to be the last special stage in the game, and I don't remember how the fuck to do these at all. Anyway, special stages are about, getting rings, but, the depth perception is kind of awful. The perspective is just dog shit, so figuring out where they are is painful. Do not recommend. But, there's little bits of, like, springs and things like that, a couple gimmicks to them. Unsurprisingly, not enough. Because Sonic falls from space and dies, except he's already in space, so I guess it's not a long fall. Totally forgot about this little jingle. The haha, you didn't do it jingle. Anyway, yeah, you only get one shot at it, by the way, and there's only one in the level, so... Now, one thing that's a little nice about this game is that, it saves on every act rather than just at zone transitions like Sonic 3 and Knuckles did, so if you're having trouble with an act or want to do the special stage again, the most you'll have to do is replay one level. I forget how I do this without fucking dying. So you always gotta check if there's ground below. There might not be, but I feel like... yeah, I think there has to be. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Where's this gonna take me? Onto the ceiling. Oh, this is the part I think it is. It might be. Watch this. This nice spring up, and... yeah, look, they're just spice traps there. I'm surprised it... see how funny dimps can be? They'll just put shit where you cannot see it and just tell you to fuck off. Anyway, time for the boss of this level. Got a unique theme, though it's not the final boss. It is a huge pain in the ass, though. Gotta kind of bounce on this bridge to near the boss to flip it over. But also, your rings fall through it because it's not considered like a solid terrain, so fuck you for getting hurt. This song's kind of cool. You just gotta watch these shots, though. This is this boss is actually kind of tricky, so you gotta handle it. It's been a year since I fought it too. Jesus Christ! Like, I'd say of all the Sonic Advance games, this is the one I replayed the least after my childhood. So, which I mean, considering the things people say about Sonic Advance 2, you'd think it'd be that one, but I've got my own experiences with that game that I'll let you know when we get there. Bottle. Excuse me. Let's try this again. Again, this is a neat fight. It's just kind of tough. And you want to not rush it, too. Take time to get those where you want them. Get hits when you can. Avoid stuff you want to. Anyway, he does have one more attack that'll do once you get a certain distance. Yeah, where he moves across. It's just him, like, going across quickly. Not really an attack as much as just a slightly different pattern, but you gotta watch for it anyway. You'll do it a lot here. Yeah, he goes across twice there. I was fairly timely to dodge it, and then that's it. But as I said, that's not the final boss, so... no capsule here either. I guess that makes sense. You're at the end, you just gotta chase him down. So this is X Zone, the actual final zone in the game. And it's really just a boss rush. Though, it's not the bosses you fought in the game. Yep, first boss from Sonic 1, complete with the music from that game. This boss I've always found interesting, mostly because it's, like, a little harder than you'd expect a first boss to be when you don't really know it. Like, it's got an easy pattern once you know the drill, but I know, like, you'll take some hits and maybe a death like your first time playing this as a kid. And I mention it being kind of challenging because of what we're about to fight next, which is quite simply the most pathetic thing Eggman has ever built, the first boss of Sonic 2. My favorite part? Shoots the drill, now even more useless, and now it's dead. Both of these only take 4 hits, so... they're more just little, hey, remember that? Bits than, like, full fights. They're not really the main centerpiece of the stage anyway. That's coming up. Meet this motherfucker. Basically just a machine with a utility belt. You can only hit it when the belt-looking thing is down. Oh, and then the I always forget the timing for that, but I got lucky there. And the belt itself will damage you, so you gotta get your jumps right, too. Though using the insta-shield helps get that a bit more easily. This music's surprising, kind of interesting, too. Dramatic, of course. Also, this hand's the main annoying thing about that hand is that, its, like, attack is that if it hits you, it like actually grabs you and shakes out all your rings, and it's got a long enough animation that it gets really hard to recollect them. God, that laser's a fucking dick. How do you react to that? I think I can handle this. The laser and like the bomb attacks are the biggest dicks. That bomb, see, that's the bomb attack, but the thing about it is he could also fire it at an upward angle, and if he had done that one, it would have hit me, so I got lucky. But yeah, that's the final boss, and that's Sonic Advance 1, more or less. Oh no, Sonic's falling out of the sky. How do they stop that? As usual. Okay, Tails is there to catch him. Notes the slightly updated design of the tornado, based on the Tornado 1 from Sonic Adventure 1, that he has before it gets destroyed and he rebuilds it into the Tornado 2, which is purple instead of red. And we've got our big jump into the screen for some nice art, as you do. That leaves us to a credits roll. I don't think you can skip it in any reasonable way, so I'll just let it play out and talk about this game. Like I said, when I was a kid, I got this. Weirdly enough, like, even though it was some number of years after they came out, my first Sonic games were all like classic Sonic, like because of the PC ports of Sonic 3 and Knuckles and Sonic CD and a PC collection with Sonic 2. Ooh, this is like the first quote-unquote modern Sonic thing that I owned, though obviously, again, there was no real distinction back then. Like, yeah, Sonic got a bit of redesign, but Sonic Adventure was just another Sonic game. And like, this kind of, like, makes that really clear, because, like, Sonic, yeah, he's got a few moves from Adventure, he's got his, like, changed up design. It's still just a classic Sonic game through and through. It plays like you'd expect. And it does so pretty well. Oh, and you can see them, they have to credit Mr. Masato Nakamura on this, because they use Sonic 1 and 2 songs. That means they gotta credit him, and I think it means like royalties as well. I wonder if that's like something they have to deal with whenever they re-release an old Sonic game. Or Sonic 1 and 2 rather, because obviously 3 and Knuckles don't have his music. What's really funny about that is Sonic Spinball. There's a like prototype release of the game that's basically like very close to final, but has a different title theme that's a remix of the one from Sonic 1 and 2. Sega of America, because that game was developed in America, they basically found out at the last minute that they didn't actually have the rights to that music. So they changed it at the last second. And what that really makes me curious about is the theme song for Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. Does that have to credit Masato Nakamura? Are there royalties when they re-release that on like DVD or whatever? Or when it's on Netflix? I wonder. Because like the theme song of that show is blatantly the Sonic theme from Sonic 1 and 2. And the usual. I want you to get the shit. Is it really? Is it like different enough that they don't have to? Because wow, it is most of that melody. Anyway, as I said, I was gonna show you how Amy played, because Tails and Knuckles mostly how you expect. Act with again Knuckles gaining a punch combo, but Amy very different. She jumped and does not roll. That is already a huge difference, because it means you can't hurt enemies that way, and you'll get hurt if you touch them. So what can you do? Well, you got a hammer. A hammer that does a little flippy. You can do it on the ground like that. Now, if you press down and B, this gets you a hammer flip that jumps really high. Instead of spin dashing, you have this weird little hop that if you let go, you get some speed with it. Another neat thing is, while hammering stops you, once you're at the speed where she's holding your hammer out like that, I think? No, never. Never mind. I was thinking of like, I thought it worked how it did in Adventure 1, where when you're running at that speed to hit your hammer, you do the hammer jump, but guess not. Anyway, there was like one other, like, two other things. Oh yeah, she has like a downward hammer spin move based off her spin from, you know, Adventure 1. Obviously, this like really changes how you play the game. Oh, one other thing you could do, again from Adventure. If you hit a spring with your hammer, you actually go farther than if you just hit it. What else? Oh, she has probably the weirdest thing. If you do this little step and then B, she does like a head faceplant dive thing. That hurts enemies, but the little bit where she like gets up and rubs her face afterwards, you're vulnerable, so I wouldn't recommend it. It's funny though. Now then, what else can I show off? Well, she, like I mentioned, she can also grind, but kind of looks like she does it on her butt for no good reason, but she can. But yeah, it just ends up like, it's neat because it just kind of recontextualizes how this game plays. Worth noting that she's forced into like a special ball state in like things like tubes, because otherwise she just wouldn't be able to go through, but that state actually can't hurt enemies. So if you like get shot out of it, make sure you watch that. Other than that, I think it's just as neat that they really went out of the way to try and do this instead of, say, trying to just fit it to everyone else's gameplay. They really thought about how to pull it off compared to well, even though the other characters were largely using what they already knew. Other than that, of course, it's the same game, so don't really have to spend too much more time with it. So I can faceplant, and then... Excuse me a second. Let's skip forward one game to Sonic Advance 2. Game includes many languages on one cart this time, and has a little name entry screen. I'm not sure when this name is even used. Maybe in Versus mode? Now we get an intro that manages to show even less somehow. Nice little voice clip there. You'll notice the tiny Chow Garden is missing. Yeah, you have to unlock that. You have to unlock a lot of shit in this game, and most of it, apart from the characters, yes, you have to unlock characters, is really tedious. I mean, it's tedious to unlock Amy, who's like a super secret character, but these three are normal, or not too hard. So here is a new friend, and then here's Tails and Knuckles. But here's the thing about Sonic Advance 2. The secret is, it does not actually matter that much who you pick. The only real exception is Cream, because she's broken in terms of demolishing bosses. But other than that, when it comes to just doing levels, it doesn't fucking matter, really. And you should probably pick Sonic instead of Tails and Knuckles. You'll see why when I get into the game. Things have changed a lot. You actually start going a little faster if you press forward just as it says go. Anyway, Sonic does have a few new moves. He has the homing attack now, which is pretty neat. It's not super useful. You can't use it on bosses anyway, but it's there. Though if you're not in homing attack range, you'll get the insta-shield again. Grind rails are back, but now they're a big part of the level design. Anyway, if there's one thing you may notice already, I am basically constantly running. This game is not classic Sonic. It is a new type of game. You'll notice I now have these after images. When you run at top speed for long enough, you'll break the sound barrier and hit boost mode, which it makes you just go way faster and ups your acceleration like crazy until you lose too much speed like I did there. This is a game about fucking speed, first and foremost. Now, one interesting mechanic that the game will definitely never ever tell you is that you actually get to boost mode faster if you have more rings. Also, when you go off ramps and springs, you can do little tricks like that to change your aerial trajectory. You can do it in any direction by pressing that direction plus R. This is something that is a neat trick early in the game, and then becomes mandatory. Problem. This game has no tutorial, that's only in the manual. And people are notorious about not reading the manual. So you can just get completely walled by Sky Canyon, the 5th zone in this game, if you don't know about that. It's really funny, this game rules. Yeah, this game, of course, a game about running fast constantly will be full of, you know, shit to run into. And this game kind of has a reputation for being unfair. Which, yeah, probably. See, my experience with this game is a little bit, colored. See, I got it as a kid, and of course I loved it, because I loved Sonic shit as a kid, and it was hard to make me not like Sonic shit. I liked Shadow the Hedgehog the game, I mean. So, like... Oh, by the way, those, little, like, that little special sound that I made earlier, that means I found a special ring. You need to find 7 of those in a level to, get into the special stage at the end. The thing is, though, you have to find all 7 of them in the same run. And where are they? Who the fuck knows? It's very hard to get into special stages in this game. Anyway, as you can see, the running thing is also this game's boss gimmick. All bosses will be like this, with you chasing the boss, much like the one in Mushroom Hill Act 2 of Sonic & Knuckles. And I mean, I guess later 3D Sonic games would do stuff like this, like Unleash Day stage bosses, which have you running all the time, or like some of the ones in Colors. I guess Dimps was ahead of the curve here, but it definitely feels weird, physics-wise, especially when you have to deal with hills. Anyway, this game has marginally more story than the first Sonic Advance. And because you'll see right here, Cream has been rescued. And we get a cutscene. Wow, you're the famous Mr. Sonic? Thank you very much for saving me. What a polite girl. See you later. Don't get caught again. Real helpful, Sonic. Oh, wait a minute. Mom's still in trouble. I need to go help her. So yeah, besides Sonic's friends being captured, the other plot in this game is that Cream's mom, who's named Vanilla, by the way, is captured, and we have to rescue her as well as the usual Eggman thing. I'm not really sure what Eggman wants with her, but I don't want to think about it too hard.
3, 2, 1.
Here's Hot Crater, which has banger music. This game's music is generally a lot more fast-paced than the first ones to fit the faster-paced game. Well, the thing is, when you say these games, it doesn't really work for Advance 1. And because she's not in that. The real trilogy is Sonic Advance 2, Sonic Battle, and Sonic Advance 3. But yeah, even those air hoops I kind of launched to, those are a thing that end up in a lot of 3D Sonic games. This game really just feels like it's trying to be a lot more like the 3D games, which I think is really interesting, but it's also kind of doing its own thing with this super speed boost style. But anyway, the thing is, as a kid, I played the ever-loving shit out of this game. I had hours on it, I unlocked all the really tedious unlocks, I got all the Chaos Emeralds as everyone. And the thing is, once you play this game enough, it actually feels pretty fucking good. Like, when you know where to do these tricks, and like, where to react to like certain hazards, it feels good to blaze through these levels. When you don't, though, the game was just gonna kind of kick you in the balls repeatedly until you do, and that is unfortunate. It's very unusual among Sonic games for how harsh it is, really. Most Sonic games aren't super hard and don't want you to smash your head into stuff, but this game kind of hates it. Again, it's not too easy to tell this early. It's around the 4th zone that the game starts going like, alright. Yeah, Advance 1 is good. I can see people honestly preferring any game in the series, because they're all pretty different, which I think is really cool. Like, again, and Sonic Advance 1 is very much like another of the original 2D Sonic games. Advance 2 is this real high-speed, like, boost game. It's like the direct precursor to Rush is the thing. Like Rush feels like a sequel to this game in particular. But now a big complaint I get about this game, besides it being kind of a dickhole. Oh, by the way, new invincibility music. They were tired of paying that guy. It has the same melody as the invincibility jingle, as you can hear. It has the same melody as the 1-up jingle. Sorry. One complaint about this game that isn't the game's fucking hard is that the levels end up kind of feeling the same because of the flow that you blaze through them is pretty similar. I think that's true until it isn't. Like, there's a few levels that do a little more to change it up, but otherwise, it's kind of harder versions of the same concepts. That said, the next zone is probably the most unique one, and it's one of the favorites from the game. And of course, the game does sometimes let you just cut loose like that. Fun little thing about this game is that when you pass the finish line of a level, you get a little bonus based on how fast you're going, and then another one based on how fast you're able to stop. Anyway, here's Eggman in a tank, also known as, hey, these guys probably drew a Metal Slug sprite or two. This one's actually a bit annoying because of the different heights it can shoot at. And again, it's one where the hills and the level geometry will get on your nerves. Because the thing is, they affect how you jump. That's like core to Sonic, usually. That slopes affect how you jump as you travel over them. Something momentum. But here it leads to, like... That's how I got that really high jump, because I jumped going uphill. But if you jump going downhill, say, you may launch really far forward, but not very high at all, so... But yeah, and like I said earlier, the bosses in these games go into, like, a special phase when they get low on health, and this time the music changes as well, which I think is neat. With Hot Crater down, it's time to head into what's easily the most memorable and well-liked and standout zone of this game, really. This is Music Plant. It is a music-themed level. And you'll see what that means when we get going a bit. Got these springs that make that little sound. They actually go at different pitches, which I think is fun. Big old xylophones to bounce on. When it comes to level-specific gimmicks, this stage feels like it really... He loads up on them. You got those staff bumpers. A lot of unique sound effects for them, too. These horns that shoot around. A lot of really just charming stuff. And, of course, really nice music to go with it. And also, what's really interesting about this... Oh, by the way, Sonic does have a few moves in this game. He has the slide kick, though it doesn't have the somersault first. He also has this bounce attack, which can only be used to open up a couple of paths. It's kind of a weird thing. By the way, you see that pirouette Sonic does when he goes off, like, those springs that make that sound? That's unique to this level, but more specifically, it's a reference to a Rystar of all games. Rystar, Ristar, however you want to say it. Because it had a level called Planet Sonata, which was a music-themed level much like this, and they had, like, those things that bounced you like that. And he had a very similar animation. It's a very neat little callback that I wouldn't have expected. Though they also snuck Rystar in as a secret unlockable in the Sonic Mega Collection, so I guess that was around the time when people who liked that game were making some decisions at Sega. Anyway, that's the kind of shit this game will do to you. It'll just bounce you into the sky into an enemy because it hates you. Like this, look at this monkey. It's at a really douchey place. Funky space station music? Oh yeah. It'll be a bit before we get there, but it's there. This part's a little weird because of that rail you have to land on. Because the thing about rails in this game is that you kind of have to land on the first part before they start sloping to land on them, and the first part of that one is really short, and there's a pit there for some reason. So...
3, 2, 1, go!
it's just real charming. Like, I think like even people who don't like this game are like, yeah, Music Plant's cool. Like maybe they don't like playing it because it's this game, but it's a cool damn level. Got a whole style to it that a lot of the game kind of lacks otherwise. Like the fact that so many objects in it are more unique. Like, it still has the generic ramps, but not the springs are unique, and like a lot of other things to bounce off of are unique. And most Sonic games have that kind of thing. This game is a little lighter on it. Not completely devoid of it, because if it was completely devoid of it, it would be like Knuckles Chaotix. Every level in that game is the fucking same, except for one of them, you have to find something, and one of them you have to go up. Knuckles Chaotix is the funniest physics playground, and then it fizzles out when you realize, oh, I have to play this whole thing, huh? But you don't have to play the whole thing. You can just stop playing games you don't like. That's an annoying thing to land. I especially like this bouncy thing just because it makes like that guitar chord. I'm trying to move to the left though, dudes. Just because I want to land there. I do want to try and get all the special rings somewhere, see if my memory if I have enough memory for that, but I don't fucking remember. Because the thing is, to get them as Sonic in particular, but really as anyone, because of the way this game plays, you have to just know the right path through the level that gets you all of them. And no real way to do that other than to like look it up and then memorize it. I don't know what they expected from people. Guess there's an official strategy guide. Hey, so I mean, that was a deal with Prima. Anyway, like when I mentioned the other characters, the thing about this game is that, I mean, hey, I have 5 of them. It's better than usual. Oh. The thing about this game is that because of this, like, general constantly forward-moving flow it has, every character, no matter who you play it as, they're kind of just going to play like Sonic unless you specifically go out of the way to try and, like, fly and glide feed to stuff, and that's not going to help you much. The levels are just designed to be blazed through with Sonic, so everyone else can do it the same way. Hell, like I mentioned, Amy is unlockable. They made her roll in this game, so she can also just do things like Sonic. It's a game that just feels like it has less variety than the game before it and the one after it. So, I see why that's a bit of a complaint. It ends up getting repetitive to play through multiple times, much more than the other ones. Well, in Advance 3, you don't really need to play through multiple times because it doesn't have separate saves per character. We'll get to that in a bit. New boss. Let's get it running. This one's got Tails. Yep. Beat this to unlock Tails. Which is great if you want to play a character who also kind of plays like Sonic, but a little different. Now technically you do need to beat the game with all 4 characters to reach like the Super Sonic fight. You need to reach the Super Sonic fight, you need to beat the game with all 4 characters and get all the Chaos Emeralds with Sonic specifically. Yeah, but there are also other unlocks each time you get all the Chaos Emeralds. Which sounds cool until you realize that they're all just stuff that was already in, what is it? Advance 1? Like the Tiny Chow Garden, or, maybe even the Versus Mode or something, I don't know. There's definitely things you have to unlock that were just there from... Oh, like Sound Test, you have to unlock that now. It's really silly. They just decided, we're gonna have the same things in the first game, but you have to unlock them now. It's another thing that, again, I get the issues with this game. I do like this. I got a special little victory animation for Tails here. It only ever shows up for this. Thanks, Sonic. Eggman just came out of nowhere. Eggman, what's he plotting this time? Gotta hurry. See you later, Tails. Huh? Yeah, he's waving. It's cool looking. Sonic, wait for me. The classic. But Tails has joined the party. But we'll keep going with Sonic. Like I said, I'd have to start over as anyone else anyway, so. Onward to Ice Paradise. The ice level, as you could probably guess. Here's like
3, 2, 1, go!
a good way to tell like the difference in vibe between the game's soundtrack is that Sonic Advance 1's ice level had like a very like slow atmospheric vibe to it. This one is like almost a Christmas music. It's kind of this upbeat like happy feeling song. I do like the spotlights in the background. Like this is like a snowy, instead of the usual like icy mountain or like polar area, it's like a snowy city. Yeah, it is kind of the thing you do to, like, if you need your kid to be, like, sitting on this game for a pretty long time, it's the kind of thing you do. Probably also why this game's pretty hard, like, honestly. I wonder if Sonic Advance 1 went too fast for a lot of people, so they decided to make a harder one. Like, I mean, I think about that with, like, the Mega Man Zero series a lot. Like, obviously Mega Man games are always on the more challenging side, but the Zero games are real, or can get like real harsh, and I think that's just because of like they're the last handhelds back then were the last bastion of make game longer by making it harder design, I think. At any rate, though, again, even as an ice level, this level isn't. It's got some gimmicks related to it. Whew, that was close. I thought a bullet coming down, but once again, it plays like a lot of the levels in this game. You're not really playing levels in Sonic Advance 2, you're just playing Sonic Advance 2. Just about flowing through these different layouts. And again, I think it feels good when you nail it, so. It's why I like the game. It's fun to play well. It's just the problem is that it may not be fun to play it not well. And you have to do that first. There are these ice slides at least, but it's not like you stop moving forward at other points anyway, so they're not that meaningful. This game is like, when people talk about like how Sonic is supposed to be, Sonic is theoretically about like constantly going forward and keeping afloat for the entire level. This is the one that's actually about that. And where it's gonna be like how the game plays, but then the game is gonna throw really annoying things in your path to stop you. It is what it is. Again, though, I think that this level does start throwing a couple of things. Like, I think there may have been a jump or two where I could have been in danger if I didn't make it, but... This is the most Christmas-ass song, though. Well, it's good sounding anyway. He says, changing the music immediately. Well, it is what it is. One thing that's useful to know in this game is the objects that give you boost speed, that put you at boost speed. Usually speed boosters, but also certain springs and some other level gimmicks. As well as the things that you can interact with and keep that kind of speed, keep the boost state rather. Because it's not really about keeping your speed, it's just keeping enough speed so that you keep your after images. I think that's actually a really cool mechanic. And especially the bit about how you get to that speed faster when you have more rings, that's like the advanced mechanic. But one of the things about it is that you get there by running, so it kind of discourages rolling before you get to that speed, which can cause issues, because if you're not rolling, you might get hurt. See, like that. Sometimes there's just some shit there. Those things that I keep falling down out of, if you're going fast enough at like boost speed, then you'll actually go up in them instead. It's pretty neat, but again, since I'm screwing up on some of these, then you don't get to see that. Ooh, I should have gone up. Oh well. This is dangerous, but it's fun too. Like the little piano solo here, but it's cut off by the end of the level. That's Ice Paradise, now for the boss. No character to rescue here. The next one will be in the next zone. Yeah, the afternoons feel good. And I think the fact that you also have a lot of much more acceleration at boost speed in boost mode is what makes it is something that makes it cool. Cool because ultimately it means that you could get, even if you land slow enough but still with enough speed to stay in boost mode, it means you can get back up to full speed really fast. Also, it makes the speed shoes in this game really weird, because they don't actually really make you feel different. The only thing the speed shoes really do is like make it so you get to a boost state really fast, and then other than that, it's kind of just other than that you're just kind of controlling normally. It's really weird, but it's just. Also, these explosions, like I made a joke earlier about it, but yeah, this is very much we worked on a Metal Slug game or two kind of explosions. Oops. Yeah, as you can see, like, I mentioned it before, but the hills and stuff can kind of mess with your jump trying to get up there. Anyway, I mentioned that this zone kind of starts to give a little of the difficulty, but now for the difficulty spike. For people who aren't used to this game, this is where fun goes to die. For a number of reasons. First off, that. Actually, you know what? I just want to check. Okay, so that one's not instant death, luckily. Because there are jumps in the stage where if you don't trick, you die. Which is pretty interesting considering I mentioned this earlier, but the game doesn't have a tutorial, and you might not know that the R button does something. So, enjoy that. These fans are fun, by the way. You can actually gain boost state by running into them. Gonna get enough speed here now. Those birds fucking suck, but I was invincible, so it's not a big problem. By the way, speedrunning in this game as Sonic specifically is, like, brutal because I mentioned this in Sonic Advance 1, he has that move there too. That air dash you do there, you do that by double tapping forward. And the thing about it is that it keeps your current speed in addition to, you know, giving you more. So that means that at the speed run means you have to do it a lot. I believe that's true about both games anyway, but going fast. It's not easy. Gotta take it safely. Whoa. Music's here is kind of peaceful sounding. The remix for Act 2 isn't, though. It's more energetic. I mentioned it before, this game obviously cranks up the music's energy for the sake of, you know, the speed of the game. It's almost like sometimes the soundtrack of a game is tailored to the style of gameplay. Nah, that would be silly, wouldn't it? Nice. But yeah, like, as it says, Sky Canyon can be the place that screws you up if you don't know the game, but once you do, it's, well, a lot like the other levels. See, what's funny is that when it comes to, like... oh yeah, Sky levels make you paranoid? Yeah, this is a good level for that. I honestly feel like this game mirrors Sonic Adventure 2 a lot. In that I feel like its core gameplay feels a bit more similar in every stage. Like, some stages have gimmicks, like a pyramid... Like, I mean, obviously I'm talking about the Sonic and Shadow stages, but, like, those tend to feel more similar. There's a few stage-specific gimmicks. It's like, and I think a few more than this game. There's, like, pyramid caves, like, hourglasses. I might actually remember where all the special rings are on this stage, but, don't quote me on that. Oh, this part's fun. I think you might just die there if you don't jump there, and even if you do, you might still get hit by the spikes. I was half tempted to just drop down there and see. I like how Sonic's side trick damages enemies, by the way. Not all of them do. I know there's one like really weird part of this level, pathing-wise, to get the special ring, so I don't expect to like do it right, but I could try. Like, there's one part where you have to like get one and then drop down somewhere else to get another, in a weird way. But what do I know? It has been many years. I do love the way the fans work in this stage. Also, I think I might have missed one there. I don't know, though. Listen up, yeah. Keep going up. These levels are a little unique. Sky Canyon is a little unique layout-wise. It's the only level where you go up instead of down. So, there's that. It still feels like Sonic Advance 2, though. Yeah, I'm not gonna find the... Excuse me a moment. Accidentally. I think I've got a button on my, this controller I'm using that, brings up Steam or whatever. Yeah, I missed one. So I got 6. There's, like I said, there's one that's like in a weird spot where you have to get one and then drop down and go somewhere else. Oh well, you probably won't see the special stage today. Different boss music. What's going on here? I mean, great job having the Amen break on a Game Boy Advance. Oh, it's Knuckles, but he's piloting it. Yes, this boss is interesting. One, because you're fighting Knuckles, but piloting a big robot for, you know, the classic Knuckles reason of he believes some bullshit. But the other notable thing about it is, see that hand that's like trying to slap me? There's two notable things about it. One is that when I destroy this gun, it'll start doing more attacks. Two, perhaps more notable, that attack can just, that hand slap attack, it can just instantly kill you if you want. If it wants. Yeah, you can see now it'll start swinging around a block now that I've destroyed the gun. It also has like a longer range variant of the slap and like a big swing. Yeah, that was farther than the normal one. This boss is infamous. It took me so many tries and game overs as a kid, and everyone had that experience. Now, its pattern won't actually change here, because, like, the part of the pattern that changes when the music changes on this fight is actually the gun. If it's still alive by then, it'll start shooting faster. You don't want that ever. Like, as dangerous as his hand is that's worse. Like, having that gun just going off every 5 seconds is awful. Also, you notice the boss is kind of armored on this side, so you just bounce off it. You have to hit it on top of the cockpit. It's really annoying. Yeah, Knuckles is basically homeschooled, except without the idea of, like, parents. He's just kind of lived on an island his whole life. Still, though, this would be, what, the third time? Fourth of Triple Trouble's there, I don't know. At some point, you gotta figure this shit out, Knuckles. The game doesn't really give an explanation for it other than Knuckles got tricked either, so... It is what it is. Poor guy has to be a bit of a dummy. I'm playing this safe, obviously, because, like I said, that thing could just insta-kill you. Like, it'll slap you and you die. I think that's really funny, but I don't want it to happen. Now, that's the thing. It doesn't always, though, which is weird. It basically just has to hit you directly on with, like, the center of the hand, and it's an instant kill. But we actually did that boss first try. And Knuckles is not happy about it. You know, the strangest things have happened. Leave me alone. Poor guy. So there's Knuckles, who, if you want to glide and climb around, you can, but realistically, even if you're playing as him, you're still just gonna run. At this point, yes. There are appropriate points to make that joke. This is not one of them. Alright, this level is nutty. First off, aesthetically, it's fucking awesome. Music is just, like, straight up hardcore, like, techno. Oh, the background is really cool looking. I fucking love techno bass, except that actually playing it gets to be kind of dickish. And the boss is a pain in the ass, but it's fucking cool. Yeah, Baby Don Don. This is some actual Gridman shit. The only problem is that, like, because of the Game Boy Advance's limited range for processing sound, sometimes certain parts of the song are just cut out because of a sound effect, like as if we're playing an NES game or something. Usually the ring sound will do it, but some others do too. It is still an exercise in playing Sonic Advance 2. Like, it's a cyberspace level, quite literally. And it is pretty quick about blasting forward, so. So hey, got that electronic music too. This is the blueprint. This is the frontier. I'm pretty sure that platform kills you if you stand on it. So. Sonic's holy shit, Obama Snow. Was there an enemy or something that looked like that? I don't know. I always accidentally say it like Obama Snow, which is conceptually hilarious. In an alternate universe, the most enduring legacy from the comic that started that Pokemon Challenge run was not a Nuzlocke that looked like John Locke, but an Obama Snow that looked like Obama, and they'd be called Obama Locke. No. They'd be called Obama Snows instead of Nuzlocks. An Obama Snow run where that would be a weird alternate universe. So maybe it's good that we're in the Nuzlocke one. Again, I love that this game has the Amen break in it, like. Limited sample space on your Game Boy Advance cartridge, and you've got to get that one on there. Just have to get like the actual ass breakbeat for the intro. Like I said, this level is so fucking cool just like to look at and listen to. Like I love how even the rails are like these like virtual reality looking things. Is that true? Yeah, Ruby, Fire, and... Oh, there was one with Black? Like, I always figured it was... Because, like, the first one must have been Ruby, because that's where Nuzleaf was in. Was Obama Snow not till 4? Till, Gen 4, I mean? Like, see, the thing is, when I was a kid, I played Gen 1, Gen 2, then skipped Pokemon, then I played, like, 4, 5, 6, and 7, and haven't really gotten into it since, but basically, because I skipped 3, I have no idea what was in 3 and what was in 4. Alright. Basically everything for both of those games was new to me. But yeah, like, obviously it would have come out would have happened a bit later, but... But yeah, they'd be... Also, they would have to have come... Actually, they would have to come out a number of years later, so that... It would have to come out a number of years later, so that not only would it have Obama Snow, but also Obama would be relevant to the public, so... But yeah, let me be clear. I am an Ice type with a horrible... and... that means I am weak to many things. Yeah, I get the feeling I'm gonna have the same issue going forward in a couple of years. Because I didn't get Sword or Shield, and I'm probably also not picking up Scarlet and Violet. I'm just not really into the series right now. Mega Rayquaza is just I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. Anyway, this boss is fucked up. It's about getting on these platforms. The gray ones spin sometimes, the yellow ones grow spikes. But also the boss shoots at you, and it sucks. Shoots these tiny yellow projectiles that ruin your fucking life. You will come to know and hate this beeping sound for this fight. By the way, I suppose I should just... also, they're hard to see, yeah. Anyway, I should also explain why Cream the Rabbit is fucking broken. Which is, so, Cream does not play alone. She has a chow with her, a chow named Cheese. Is, you know, cream cheese, get it? But, her attack actually sends the chow out to attack an enemy. The thing is, though, it is like a ranged attack. A homing ranged attack, where it just flies across the screen and attacks anything anywhere on screen. This includes bosses. So you can basically just hang back and, mash B, and bosses die. So, yeah. Cream is just... And she's also the first character you unlock in this game, which is really funny. So, like, you beat one level, and then once you start having trouble, it's like, nope, time to do the, Cream playthrough. Yeah, not only am I not into Pokemon right now, oh, it's also, like, coming out way too close to Sonic Frontiers, so, fuck it. Whew. Come on, give me some rings. This is a boss I do not like approaching without rings because of those projectiles. But also, they're hard to dodge, even, like, in the back, so, see, this boss just hates you. Like, once you get better at this game, it's like, this boss is probably harder than the Sky Canyon one. Oh yeah, I've got the KIC in December. That's gonna be exciting. For those who don't know, that is the Kusoge Advent Calendar, a stream by my good friend for a number of years. Goes by Tyrone's twitch.tv/Tyrone-sama. Where me and a number of other people known as only as the Committee, make a list of 25 or so, fighting games. Obscure ones, bad ones, weird ones. And it's our job to, come up with reactions to them, what we think, and also just make really silly things happen. What the fuck was that? Those are some physics, huh? Also, like, what this boss does to his platforms is random, and how long it does it is random. So, enjoy that. It's just an annoying frickin' fight. Like, and the Sky Canyon one Roblox people more because of the instant kills, but the thing about that fight is that it's easy to hang back for a while and take it more cautiously. You can't do that here because it'll just fucking shoot you. Alright, so once the music changes, that means I believe 4 more hits are left. So that's 1. 2. That second bounce was not a hit, unfortunately. It was still invincible. Also, the fact that they just changed to counterclockwise for this last bit is so annoying. I think the boss shoots more, too. We're 1 hit away, but we're also 1 hit away, so, problem. Alright, that's better. Got rings now. Oh, God. And there are spikes up there. Maria from Rondo of Blood is a very good comparison. Like, actually the perfect comparison. Holy shit. You're like, cute little girl that you rescue. Who doesn't look like she should be able to fight, but whoops, she's broken. Oh, and by the way, when it comes to traversing levels, like, obviously you still are likely gonna play it the same way, but she can fly too, much like Tails, though. She can't fly for as long as him, though, so. I guess she technically has a disadvantage somewhere. Though again, in this game it doesn't matter that much, so. They should be friends. I think that would be nice. kind of crossover fan order. Like, am I gonna stream when Sonic Frontiers comes out? Hell yes, I'm getting it on launch day on PC, and I'm going to just marathon that shit. I mean, not in one sitting, obviously, but I'm gonna like break my usual schedule just to play it more. So, come on. Yeah, see, that's the thing about this boss is randomness. Kassen being her aunt. Let's try this. She's might be more powerful than all of them, though, is the thing. Whew. That was lucky. What? I accidentally got that dash somehow. I didn't want that. The dash is actually, like, useful in boss fights just to move forward, because it's hard to do that. Because of how this works. Yeah, some of you guys... I've seen people getting lots of them early, but since I'm going to play on PC, I'm going to have to wait till release day. Partially this is playing and talking, but also this fight really is just that annoying, so... Like... Like, this fight really is just more annoying, and, like, it's just harder to deal with and dodge, like... Because you don't get any safety. You're always, like, at danger of just being shot by these little sparks. And you have to... And there's so much you have... Because of the way that Sonic moves and, like, the way these boss areas have the hills and things... There's just so much you have to do in the way to actually dodge those damn things. To try and get between them. And again, there's a lot of luck that there'll be a platform in a place if you want it to be. Nope, back up. Jump over. Go under. Finally! Alright. Well, we're out of that shit. You may notice my lives still say 9. I mentioned that in the first game, but all 3 of these games just do not know how many lives you have above 9, or they don't show it, rather. But you do have more than 9. Onward to Egg Utopia. Space level. Kind of pumping music to it. And it's a space level. You know what that means. Well, it means pits, but besides that... It's a Sonic space level, so in a few seconds we're likely to see some gravity bullshit. Oops. Perfect, right here. Those little floating spinning guys are from Sonic Adventure, by the way. Neat to... So, that's another thing, when it's neat to see them in a 2D game. They're really annoying in this game, though, because, like, it's hard to dodge their blades. So yeah, this was Dimp saying, hey look, we're doing Final Rush, so... Well, kind of Final Rush and Crazy Gadget because of the gravity, but, you know. Yeah, like, the more I think about this game, the more I really do feel like it's kind of them trying to bring over as much of Sonic Adventure 2 as they can. Which I think is interesting. Like, one minor thing from it that I noticed is that, way back in Leaf Forest, the first zone, there's this one, like, really big loop where the top is broken. And where you like run across the air when you go over the top part. That's just taken directly from Green Forest in Sonic Adventure 2. So yeah, even though I said like there wasn't really a distinction between classic and modern Sonic at the time, this is definitely a more modern feeling game because of like the design goals of it. Very glad it didn't kill me. Oh, we're good. For a bit, hopefully. Yeah, even with the gravity stuff, though, this level, once again, is another case of flowing through Sonic Advance 2 as you do. Which I don't really mind. I think this game's core gameplay is fun, but again, I get why people say it gets repetitive. Like, that's the thing that's the one part of, like, oof. That's the one, like, big issue with this game that doesn't go away once you've played it for 7 zillion hours. First to know how to fucking play it. Probably a more fun game to go back in and do, like, individual levels in Time Attack than to replay in full. Just kind of a lot to do in one sitting. Oh, funny fact about those special rings. You lose them all when you die, so if you die in a level and restart a checkpoint, there's no way you're getting them all. So that's fun. Oh, hey! Nice to see you. Eat good, bro. See, that right there, if I had just kept going, I would have been hit by something. That's a I've played this game many times trap. That's Eggytopia Act 1. It was fun. Yeah, I figured you'd get a kick out of that.
3, 2, 1, go!
More competent, less... He's just... Hey, now, let's be fair. Eggman is a feminist. God. I think the funniest thing about, like, the whole Eggman is a feminist thing in the manual is that they probably meant they probably meant he was supposed to be, like, a womanizer, but that's worse? Like, I don't want to think of Dr. Eggman hitting on people. Oh, wow, I fucked that up. Funny thing is, because these levels are so tall, sometimes when you die in a pit, you just fall off screen because you're falling so far. Yeah, I'm glad we never, like... It is funnier, yeah. Dr. Eggman, woman respecter. But... I'm glad they, as far as I know, never really made Eggman, like, do that. Unless you count, like, that one joke in, like, the final episode of Sonic X where he makes some remark about Rouge's boobs and gets slapped. Obviously only happened in the Japanese version. Was not for kids friendly. Sonic X is weird. It's fun sometimes, but it's weird. Huge relief. World Conqueror as outspoken feminist. Oops. Alright. There's a path down here at least. Yeah, floating rails in space. Like, this really has to have been influenced by Final Rush, you know? And again, I think that's neat. It's clearly... I think my favorite thing is that Eggman doesn't even build friends. Like he builds Orbot and Cubot, and he made those solely to get mad at. Just made a pair of two shitty gay little robots that piss him off because I can't imagine why. I mean, I guess Battle Sonic kind of counts because he treats that like a son sometimes. Like, especially in the IDW comics, it's funny. But oh god, jump scare! Sonic Advance 2 jump scare. Sonic Advance 2 jump scare 2. Exactly, he literally made up two guys to get mad at. Oh, this part's really weird. Basically, you have to get these just right. Oh yeah, these little flippy bar things, those are like Sonic Adventure 2 as well. Although this time there's not just like... A little, yeah. It's really entertaining. But yeah, those flippy bar things are kind of from Adventure 2, so... Oh, come on. Really? I remember that trap, but that doesn't mean it doesn't make me mad. Alright, I think we're good here. I don't think there's anything more stupid this game will throw at us in this level. We're good. It really does. It is pretty funny. Alright, so once again, we've got a boss for this level. Once again, it's not the final boss, even though it's the boss of the last regular level. Now, speaking of things the game doesn't explain, in this section, you can press up or down on the D-pad to switch the gravity manually. The game does not tell you this, and you don't really have much reason to press S up, so sure hope you just try it sometimes. I'm not sure how I figured it out, honestly. I might have even just read a guide about the game at some point and learned it from that. But like, yeah, if you don't do that, this fight is a huge pain. Because you just can't hit him while he's on the ceiling. But when he is on the ceiling, it's fun because you can do fun stuff like this. And I mean, I guess technically you can do that stuff while he's on the floor, too. Actually, I'm not sure if you can roll while you're on the ceiling, but I don't remember. There we go. That little froggy thing is done for. Or is it? Is the final zone, XX. Which the first game in X Zone. Once again, it's a boss rush, but this time it's a more traditional one. Time to fight these guys all again. Now, luckily, they all take way less hits. 4 hits generally, with the exception of this next one, which I think takes 6, but they all have less health than they used to, so going through every boss fight is not the pain it needs to be. Or it could be. Doesn't mean it's good, though. One, 2, 4. And then you got 2 hits on the body here, and then we're good. By the way, funny thing about the Sonic Advance games, they have an easy mode. All it does is make the bosses take 6 hits instead of 8. That's the only thing it changes. I think even Sonic Rush kept that. It's weird. Like, just a little easier. Bosses take a little less hits. Well, I guess it makes sense. That's, like, usually the most obnoxious part of Sonic games. But, still. Feels a little light of a feature. 3 and 4. Alright. And that means all these fights go pretty quickly. As long as you don't fuck them up. One. I said, as long as you don't fuck them up. Really? I do like the music in this area, kind of tense. And a lot of the songs of this game have like kind of a fast beat to them that complement the gameplay. By the way, one nice thing about that boss, while it's being destroyed, the bomb explosion will no longer hurt you. So you can't, like, hit it, kill it, and then land on a bomb. They were kind enough to do that. Alright. Time for the big wheel. By the way, not only does the boss itself take fewer hits, the gun also takes fewer hits. just a paltry 2. So. By the way, while I mentioned Cream is obviously the easiest way to beat bosses, I think Sonic is actually a second. This dash is just so good for getting up speed to the boss. It's the kind of extra mobility that the other characters don't have. But yeah, obviously none of it compares to sending the world's strongest Chow to deck him in the face 90 times. Oh, nice. Yeah, there's score-based extra lives on this every 50,000 points, just like Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Though weirdly enough, if you get the, if you reach 50,000 points during, like, a level, the, end of level results, you'll get the extra life, but it won't make the, fanfare. Oh boy. Alright, 4 hits on this loser. And the thing is, they enter their pitch woes pretty quick here. See, he's already turned the platforms to go counterclockwise. It's 2. That song will be burned in... That sound will be burned into your skull after this fight. Whew. Alright, we're through that, so... we should be fine for the rest of the boss rush. One thing about this fight is that you don't want to switch platforms preemptively, because you might just drop a bomb on. Switch gravity preemptively, because you might just drop the bomb element to the other side instead of jumping. Alright, so. All 7 bosses done in the refights. So it's time for Dr. Wily. Oh, right. Dr. Eggman, rather. Now for something special. This is the only boss in the game that you don't fight while running after it. Literally the only one. So, the head is the boss's weak point, but these, like, claw things are also able to attack. Like, and you're able to destroy them separately. This one in front and actually hangs out a little bit, so you can break it even when it's not shooting out. The one in the back, its right arm. Its left arm, you have to wait for it to shoot at you. Generally, I always go for the hands first. By the way, there's spikes on the ceiling, so riding those platforms is something you have to be careful of. This final boss seems pretty cool. Also, if they spin on the way back, you can't hit them on the way back, because fuck you. You'll just bounce off at least, you won't get hurt, but still, it's annoying. Come on, give me a hand here. And yeah, even if you're, like, get invincible, you can't hit that hand until it's fired. Ah, come on. Alright, you know, screw it, I'll start going for the head. Well, generally what I do to go for the head is I wait for the platform to start coming down. Because you can jump through the bottom of the platform, which means that I can just kind of... Now this robot is armless, but not quite harmless, because it still has the laser. And when it gets low on health, it'll do the laser more. But realistically, this is not a tough fight once you get rid of the hands. And really, it's not that tough even when you don't, but you gotta take it seriously. A reference to... Can't say I know what that is, but that's really funny to hear. That's a reference to something. Magara, huh? Mogara, perhaps. A giant mole-themed mecha from Godzilla. Yeah, it does kind of look like a mole. Like, obviously its face is based on Dr. Eggman, but... because he's got kind of a pointy nose and glasses, but yeah, it does look like a mole, too. Okay, now with the explosions, we're done for. Oh, this ending is really funny. See, once again, Sonic falling from space. You know how it is. He's got to be caught by the plane, right? I like the sky effect. The sky, like, changing with that explosion. He's gonna fall on the plane, right? Nope, he just lands on his feet on the ground and is fine. He is fine. It is not a problem. No issues. Literally falls from space and is just fine. Unlike, say, Shadow. Anyway, since I don't have anything to show you afterwards, I don't think I really need to sit through these credits. I will say a funny thing about that is that this is of the bad endings in Sonic games when you don't get 100% or the Chaos Emeralds or whatever. This is, I guess, a little harsh because when you think about it, you just didn't save Cream's mom. Like, where the hell is she? Because you do in the after the true final boss, but also getting Chaos Emeralds sucks in this game, so we won't do that. Anyway, I don't really have anything else to show in this game, so I'm gonna take a quick ad break, and then it'll be time for Sonic Advance 3. So gonna stretch a bit. See y'all in a minute or so. Alright. Welcome back. This is like, what the heck? What's going on with my webcam? Huh. I wonder if it accidentally got unplugged or something. That's weird. Excuse me a moment. Huh. Well, that's fucking weird. Guess I don't have a webcam anymore. At least not right now. Okay, anyway. Sonic Advance 3. Let's get it started. This game was definitely the longest of the three, so good to end on. So, once again, this game has the same cast of 5 characters as the previous, though Amy is no longer relegated to super duper secret. She is just a normal character. Anyway, first thing I can say about this game is that it has really, really good music. Like, excuse me a moment, I still want to see if I can try and fix this. Yep, alright, that was weird. We're back, alright, cool. Hello! So anyway, this game, I love its soundtrack. Like, the first 2 games had good music. Really good music. This game has incredible music. Also, this song's from Sonic Adventure 2. It's the Chow Race theme. Now that we've got a nice little menu. Also, look at the Chow. It kind of looks at things. Anyway. So this game, much like Sonic Advance 2, you have to unlock characters. You start with Sonic and Tails. With only Sonic and Tails this time. Except, I am a filthy cheater. What that means is, I used a codebreaker cheat to unlock everybody. And there's a reason for that. I mean, I'll start with Sonic and Tails anyway, but... So yeah, that's the gimmick of this game. You pick 2 characters. Any 2 you want. And they have special actions they can do together. So here's the story. Eggman is going to do bad things. Sonic and his friends have to make him not do that. Anyway, like I said, I cheated to unlock all the characters from the start, because I think it actually makes the game way better. The reason for this is because character teams don't just, they do what you might expect in that they let you do certain team-up moves, called tag actions in this, which you do by holding R and then releasing. Like this. When Tails is your partner, if you do a tag action on the ground, you get this really high jump, very useful. While if you use it in the air, you get the classic. Other things you'll notice. Sonic no longer has the little insta-shield, at least right now. Because he does have tricks, and they're now accompanied by voice clips, which is awesome. Yeah, this game actually has character voice clips instead of just an announcer. So, right now things are going to seem a lot like Sonic Advance 2, in terms of control and basics of the game. By the way, Chow are how you get to the special stages. You find 9 of them in a level, and that allows you to get then that'll place keys in a level. You find a key in a level, beat the level, and then you can go to the special stage. But, finding them is annoying, so I'm not going to bother. Now, unlike Advance 2, you don't have to find them all in one run, so you can take your time and explore. Sonic once again has boost mode. Right now. So the catch with this game, and the reason I'm saying he has these things right now, basically, picking a partner doesn't just determine your tag action, it entirely gives your character new moves as well, and changes how they play. So, and basically any team with Sonic on it is considered a speed-type team, as you can see by the icon in the top left. This means that they have access to boost mode. If you're not a speed-type character, you do not have that. It also means you have access to tricks. With the exception that, actually, I'm not sure if Sonic has access to, itself has access to tricks with other partners, if it has to be with Tails. But I'm pretty sure he always does. Oh, so by the way, this game has a sort of ranking system. It's solely time-based, but I got a gold medal there. Now, one thing about this game is, unlike the previous 2 games, where they determined your progress through, tracked your progress by characters separately, here, you can go in this little hub world, head to the Sonic Factory, which has really funky music. Jump back in here, and then reselect characters. And this is why I think the game is better when you use a cheat to unlock all the characters from the start. Because the fun of this game is using all the different combinations and seeing what they can do. But when you start the game normally, you only have Sonic and Tails. And you only unlock Knuckles at the end of the second zone. At the third act of it, actually. Every zone has 3 acts in this one, by the way, so... Game's longer, like I said. You unlock Knuckles in, Act 3 of Zone 2. Cream... Amy in, Act 3 of Zone 4. And Cream not till Act 3 of Zone 6. Which means that... And this game has 7 main zones, by the way, which means that when you have Cream, you'll have hardly any of the game left by the time you unlock her. And it's a real shame. Now, if you're gonna go back and 100% it, then that's fine. You get to use the characters to explore, but... But if you want to really show off this game, a code like that is a great idea. So anyway, hey, when you have Amy as a partner, you actually don't roll when you jump by default. You can roll in the air by pressing B, however. Characters will frequently also get a hammer melee attack. Amy gets a kind of... Amy's tag action also super jump, except in the air it's also super jump. But anyway, there's one reason I like this team a lot. Even if it doesn't get a ton of use in some of the levels, you probably won't hear in particular, but... It can do this. It can spin dash up walls after climbing onto them. I don't know why Amy gives them that, but it kicks ass. Yeah, Knuckles Chaotix, but not for fuckers is a good way to put it. I mean, it's a little for fuckers, but not as much as Knuckles Chaotix. But anyway, you'll notice that I no longer have access to boost mode because I'm no longer a speed team, I'm a power team. Power means there's certain walls you can only break with this team, where other teams would bounce off them. You can't really tell looking at them, though. It's just that, like, you have to get to them with someone else and be like, whoops, can't do that. But yeah, no matter how long I run like this, I'll never reach boost mode. So, I'm inherently slower. Anyway, this game clearly has, like, a lot of intended level design. And the fun of this game is to not use it. Instead of doing the things the game wants you to do literally anything else. The game has a ton of team combinations, all with their own ways to break the game. The best one for exploring is probably Knuckles and Tails. I'll show that off in a bit, but... Once again, we've got the Sonic Advance 2 invincibility. Because... Oh, like, the Sonic Advance... Well, I would say because the Sonic Advance 1 would need royalties, but, you'll see in a little bit that they, in fact, paid those royalties, so... You'll see in a bit what I mean when they shelled out for Sonic 1 and 2 music. But yeah, I pressed R there, didn't get anything. No R tricks anymore. But being able to spin dash off walls kicks ass, so that's why I like this team. Oops. Let's see this. But yeah, again, when playing this... Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm playing Advanced 3, and more importantly, I'm playing Advanced 3 with cheats. The only cheat I'm using is to unlock all the characters at the start, because it's way more fun than not having them. Knuckles should absolutely always be able to do that. It kicks ass. Funnily enough, I believe Espio could spin dash up walls in Espio or maybe Vector. One of them could spin dash up walls in Chaotix. Do not expect me to find all the Chao in any level. There's 10 of them, and they're not designed to be done in one playthrough. Silver medal that time. So I'll be messing around with a bunch of different combinations. I'll use this one for one more level. Pretty sure Vector had some sort of wall climb as well, but yes, he did have the... Vector was Magneto, and well, I guess Charmy was more Magneto, really. 8-way dare dash and flight mode and being stupid fast. Okay, yeah, Vector has a wall run. Well, which one of them could spin dash on walls? I know one of those fuckers could do it. I know it wasn't Mighty. Mighty just had the wall jump that made you go idiotically fast in any direction you wanted. Charmy was Pet Shop. You know what? Fair. That's a fair interpretation. Oops. Man, that's so cool. Like, again, this isn't the best level for it because it's a very, like... This level honestly kind of feels like a Sonic Advance 2 level in its layout. It's a lot of straight sections to run in. And some kind of weird traps, things like that. The game does not stay like that. It has more varied level design. Sometimes for the worse, but usually for the better, I think. There's one of the disadvantages of an aiming partner, not rolling by default when you jump, though. You can obviously roll on command, and there's, like, reasons to, I believe there are reasons to not be rolling in a jump, so it's a bit of extra control that's nice, but... God damn it. Alright, so. Break the wall. Yeah, like I said, a very Sonic Advance 2 kind of level. A lot of fasts to do. Some things would be a bit easier if I was, you know... if I had boost mode, but I can do this, so it's fine. Oh yeah, the item boxes go back to requiring you to actually attack them to break them instead of just breaking when you touch them. Hey, play on NPC, emulator, MGBA specifically. It's a good emulator. Don't use Visual Boy Advance, please. It is 2022. Well, there we go. It's Act 3. So, now all we have to do is head for the boss, which, again, this little hub world means you have to find it. But I'm going to take a detour back to the, yeah, you might as well be using Nesticle and ZSNES, and we're not doing any of that. Come on. Whoops, that's a weird bonus game you could use the extra lives. I'll show it off right now, actually, since I'm here. I don't know what a Hagen is. I would have used a BizHawk, because I just use that for a lot of systems right now because I'm lazy, but... Oh, right, you have to attack them, though. This... Crap, I did this bad. But, oh, wow. 2004, huh? But yeah, like, I would have used BizHawk, but its cheat function just, like, doesn't work, and I want to have all the characters in this. MGBA will probably suit this better anyway. MGBA is actually how I have this little, like... I actually have a blur on that simulates the kind of blurring you would have on, a real screen. In a little bit. Oops. Not there, I guess. Alright. So how do I want to do this? I'm going to do boom, boom. Oh, wow, I can just... Boom. Alright, here we go. Like, I'm not big on filters and things, but... Yeah, I'm not big on the filters, but just having a little blur, I think, is... Now, if nothing else, it makes the shields in this game look better, because... otherwise you'd be... They'd be blinking really fast. Alright, here's Act 1, which means the, Sonic Factory. You must be this way, right? Here we go. Oh, so fun fact about this game. It actually has, if you... with a, specific input on the title screen, you can actually change the colors slightly. You can use a palette suitable for either the original Game Boy Advance, which is the default, the Game Boy Advance SP, or, the, Game Boy Player. There's different palettes for each one. It's really interesting. A couple of other games I've seen do that, like Super Mario Advance 4, the Super Mario Bros. 3 port. That one actually does it with That one actually does it automatically. It can actually detect what system you're in and change the palette. Yeah, this game can't detect it. So anyway, Sonic with Cream. He has his air dash, which kicks ass. He also gets the double jump with her, or as her tag action. But the other thing the tag action does is that it replaces his normal attack with Cheese morphing into a Sonic Chow that temporarily acts, well, like a Chow would. The other thing about this is that, like, I said there were 10 Chow. I think it's actually 10 Chow in the zone, not in the single act, so. That said, Cream's double jump isn't super great, but that's because it's, you know, largely meant for the Chow, not the actual attack. Anyway, here's the boss. It's a little UFO looking thing. And now, I didn't play as Cream in Advance 2, but now I can show you why she's broken. Because what I'm about to do is what Cream can just do normally. Oh, but look at this. This is Gemerl. A strange robot that Eggman is using in this game, but that he did not make. He's not the main boss here, but he is a boss. He'll show up from time to time, either on the boss stage or as part of the act. Here's, and now here's the actual boss. You'll notice Gemerl's included, like, kind of built into it near the bottom. But what's interesting, by the way, is that, well, there's a lot interesting that Gemerl is like, kind of, this game is actually a sequel to Sonic Battle, but that game's story is kind of insane. Anyway, as you can see, I am completely thrashing this boss by telling my Chow to beat the shit out of it. But besides that, funny thing about all three Sonic Advance games, you may have noticed, the first boss always has a hammer. Isn't that neat? Also, when you beat a boss, you get at this, like, whole little sequence here. It's a whole production. It's kind of cool looking. Like the faux 3D effect on the sky and ground as the perspective changes. And we got the gold medal. I'm gonna keep this pair for a level. This music probably sounds familiar, right? Welcome to Sunset Hill. Does Sonic Battle have a connection to Sonic Chronicles? I believe so, yes. Or more specifically, it's Chronicles that has a connection because it came after, but yes, it does reference that. It's a bit of a shame that Sonic Chronicles can't really be referenced anymore for legal reasons, but yes, there are connections there. Gemerl still shows up in the comics, by the way, which is pretty neat. I guess that's fair. Chronicles. I mean, I don't know a ton about Chronicles, so I'd have to be probably told about what it connects to, but by the way, this air dash is actually also a homing attack when I'm near an enemy. Anything that came out after it. Well, there is one exception to that. Yeah, which is that whichever Mario and Sonic and the Olympic Games game came out after it actually had a level from Sonic Chronicles as one of the events. And that took place in, I forgot what event it was. It might have been like a skiing or snowboarding event. But it was literally at a Nocturnus Gate. And that's the only reference that game ever got in anything else. Because then it got sent to legal hell by one Ken Penders. Winter 2010. I would never make a bit like that. I have respect for my audience. Okay, I think what I want to do here is actually grind this way. Yeah, there we go. God, the Larasu Chronicles. It did, and it did it better. But also it... Yeah, the Dark Brotherhood is like... Literally, like... I don't remember what they were called in, Oh, that's the pit, right. I don't remember what they were actually called in the comics. Also, wow, I did not find a checkpoint at all, huh? I always forget this level's layout is a little weird. That aside. Wish I could have made that, oh well. I had something else I was gonna say, but I lost it. Here's a checkpoint. Alright. Is Sonic Rivals canon? I'm gonna be honest, the thing about Sonic canon is that you don't want to think about it too hard. Like, you could find a way to fit it in if you want, but I think that, as it is now, it's like, maybe is a good answer. If you feel it, if you personally like it enough and feel it. Because there are things that end up feeling contradictory or don't explain well. Like, even, like, I think Sonic Battle is probably the clearest example of that, because they just kind of, basically, Sonic Battle was in development at the same time as Sonic Heroes, and both games brought Shadow back, but, they did so completely separately. Silver didn't have a first meeting with Sonic. Arguably, it was the, if like, it could have been, arguably it could be Forces. But yeah, it's like, but you know, technically, but according to the comics here, yeah, don't think too hard about whatever Silver is going on. Like, the whole thing of like whether the Soul Dimension is actually an alternate dimension or is a like the future is something that is not kept too well. Oh yeah, minor thing that you get with this team. Sonic gets a bubble around him underwater. I can't drown. I totally forgot that. Whoops. Isn't that a neat little thing to have? Not super important. This game's not too harsh on it, but it's actually got water in it. It actually has water in multiple zones this time. By the way, you may not know, Sonic Advance 2 didn't have a water level. In fact, the only water in the game is like 2 pools of water in one active leaf forest. Why wouldn't Generations be canon? Like, why wouldn't Generations be canon? Like, they literally are like, oh, hey, it's that other Sonic in Forces. Like, they knew the guy. That's the guy from that. Like, they're literally like, oh, it's him again. Like, alright. Who'd have put up front? Not this time. Oh, you know what's funny in this game? Certain pairs have unique when you select them, they have a unique title for their team. Yeah, but he says he's that Sonic from another dimension, like as in they knew him. So they're clearly just treating what happened in Generations as an alternate dimension. Also, Sonic says, "It's been generations since I've seen you." Cue laugh track. But yes, they have special names and portraits here, which is funny. I don't have him. Oops, didn't mean to go there, but luckily, if you go to a level you're already in, you can just quit out. Yeah, Battle was the game that expired in that whatever it is. That established that Chaos is still around. And then plenty of other things. Had it. Yeah, Amy, by the way, you can see that Amy here actually rolls, but she only does that when she has Sonic as her partner. Otherwise, she can't. By the way, the cool thing about having Sonic as a partner, not only can you access boost state, you can be put into it. You can be put it instantly with his tag action. It kicks ass. Still have your hammer and the flip with it, but yeah. And yeah, Chaos is cool. Like, basically, I think it was never really in question that Chaos was still around and showed up to like guard the Chow in like the case of an emergency until that interview with Izuka earlier this year, where he was asked about Tikal and Chaos, and he said they had passed on to heaven, which like is basically what happens in Sonic Adventure, but also it's like, whoa. It's just kind of funny because they clearly did not establish that earlier, and like as something they needed to stick to. Basically, it feels like the games did not worry too much about the events of previous games for a while. Like, that's the thing about... It's funny, because I like Chaos, so him being back is cool, but I also think that, like, his spirit, like, passing on to the... Him and, Tikal, actually, passing on to the afterlife, are, like, actually a very good end for their story in Sonic Adventure, so I'm mixed. And yeah, technically, like, some people try to argue against it, but, like, I think, like, Generations ended up with a split timeline as, like, the easiest way to describe what happened. Oh yeah, there's just a pit here, for some reason. Oh, come on, really? I think it's just the easiest way to handle it, because, like, the idea that Generation Sonic is basically, like, they went on, rather than going to, like, Sonic Adventure afterwards, the next game, in his chronology, is Sonic Mania, and then, Forces. And then technically, Encore mode after that. Encore mode and or Mania Adventures, actually. Two games taking place between Forces and Frontiers are Team Sonic Racing and Mania Encore. It is a bit weird, huh? Do I think we'll see Infinite Sonic Frontiers? Sadly, no. I think it'll be a bit before we see him again if we do. Which is a shame, because I actually like Infinite. Oh, this is the other minigame. Gotta just destroy some enemies. Probably good for me to do it, because, you can't die in the minigame, just have to do it as fast as you can. Come on. I forget how you actually have to go here. Zavok wasn't in? I mean... To be serious for a second, please don't spoil anything from leaks. I won't have the game till release day, and people generally just don't want to be spoiled. But also, I don't think anyone actually expected Zavok in Sonic Frontiers. I don't even know if you looked at leaks or if you're just like saying he's not because it would be silly if he was. Oh, there's an enemy right here. I have to kill it. I'm always like, hey, it just kind of no Zavok, no Fry. Won't be able to hashtag get them fries. I mean, there's no real reason for Team Sonic Racing to not be canon. I messed up. Yeah, it's a shame Infinite. Like, the thing about... Yeah, but don't tell us the truth about it, kindly. But yeah, it's a shame that Infinite won't get more to him, because, like, the thing about him is, like, people say, like, he's, like, a lame villain with wasted potential. And yeah, story-wise, that's true. The problem is that he's fucking... The thing is that he's fucking cool. Infinite is fucking cool. He has, like, a really neat design. His voice acting is excellent. Like, Liam O'Brien brought that character to life. It was great. English voice acting, anyway. I don't know how he's in other languages. So, like, I like Infinite just because I like him... Like to have him around. Not really caring about what he does or doesn't do. So I also think that, as much as people meme on his backstory, I think, like, it actually works in a way. Like, the idea that he ultimately did all that because he's, like, petty and jealous of getting his butt kicked by, like once, that he is completely insecure. I think that's, like, actually a good character trait. And and, like, it's funny, sure, but I think it actually... Yeah, exactly, lean into that. Like, that's his motivation, you know? Like, that's why I think he should be, like, associated with Shadow a lot. Because, like, remember, Shadow's initial motivation was revenge against the world, and so is Infinite. So the difference is that, Shadow wanted his revenge for watching the person he cared about the most getting gunned down right in the face. Infinite, it wanted revenge against the world for being beaten once in a small scuffle. And called weak. Like, see the difference there? I think, like, leaning into that would actually be really cool. Exactly, like, I don't know, that's not like that's not like a failure of backstory, that's just a personality trait, you know? By the way, one thing that might be hard to see visually, but maybe here, like, maybe you can tell, is that when you're a speed type T, which means you're either playing as Sonic or have Sonic as your partner, the physics are different. You're just straight up faster. You accelerate faster. The game just fundamentally plays differently when Sonic's around. Isn't that neat? Like, Sonic Advance 3 is just such an interesting game with all its quirks, and like, it's not perfect. There's some oddities in the level design. Though I will say this, the level design actually gets better the farther you go. Also, one interesting thing that happens, sometimes these fights happen in levels, rather than bosses. Exactly, it's like that's the kind of character he is. Great petty heel. Like, I don't know, I guess I don't know what Sonic fans expected his backstory to be, like, did they actually want something tragic for him? I love the extended version of the fanfare you get when you get a goal. Yeah, the real final boss. I assume you mean the real final boss of Forces. Like, I mean, he's probably not also the real final boss of Frontiers. I mean, he could be. Like, we don't know. But I assume you meant Forces. Yeah, I don't want to navigate back to the Sonic Factory right now, so I'll do the bosses this, too. This boss is really weird. Just a big fucking wheel. But it should be... But I think with this hammer, it'll actually be, like, kind of easy. Yeah, the hitbox on this hammer is ridiculous. This is easy as hell, actually. Hey. Hey, man, where you at? I think he changed direction, so... Yeah, exactly. I think... like, Infinite feels like the kind of character who would, like, want, like... He doesn't... I don't know. He doesn't seem like he'd be... It was weird to me. It just doesn't seem like he would stay loyal to Eggman. Like... That would be a weird trait to give him. He's just a guy who wants power, or no matter the cost. At any rate, according to the quote-unquote encyclopedia, he's quote-unquote dead in some fashion, but honestly, I think that just means we won't see him in, like, Frontier. Like, I don't think we'll see him in Frontiers, but it's not impossible, but I don't think we'll see him in that or, like, anytime soon in the comics, but I think they could definitely bring him back if they feel it. After a while. They're gonna give it time. Everyone in Forces came off like a chump because everything happened in like 5 seconds. Like really, literally, you can fix like literally every weird thing in Forces' plot just by spending more time on things. Like, to give room for, you know, the like illusion villains to be a threat. I hope Infinite and Starlight are dating in hell. Yeah, they deserve it. Who do we do next? I think I've tried every character. Wait, I haven't played as every character. I've tried Sonic. I haven't played as Tails or and I haven't played as Tails, and I haven't played as Cream. Though I've used them on teams. So. What would be a good team for these two? I don't want to pick an Amy team right now. I'll have to show you guys. Let's just do Tails and Sonic. I'll have to show you guys. Actually, wait. I was just using Sonic as a partner. I'll do Tails and Cream. I literally do not know what Tails and Cream do. At some point, I want to show you Knuckles and Tails because that's a team. Like when it comes to exploring the levels. Oh yeah, Tails gets this like weird flight that boosts you way higher but slows you down horizontally and doesn't last nearly as long. Feels more like an extended jump than proper flight. But the fact that it makes you slow horizontally is a bit of a bummer. Mephiles? Eh. Guess he's fine. Like, really, in terms of villains, he's actually kind of similar to Infinite in terms of being like a very dark, edgy kind of guy with a sort of Sonic-y design. But I don't think he's as fun. and he's like he feels a little more generic, mostly because like the thing of like ancient mythological villains was already done with Chaos, and like I don't know. I like Infinite's like petty motivation more than Mephiles being like, you know, he's like part of the whole like Iblis conspiracy thing, right? All those legends. I don't know much of this. Also, I think like I would respect him for the fact that he killed Sonic if it wasn't just in the most intensely dumb way possible. Like Sonic's death in 06 was fucking stupid. Like there's a lot of issues with that game's story, but that whole scene, like, that's honestly, like, even dumber than the infamous scene in some ways, because he just fucking shoots the guy. Which, I mean, it's funny, but it wasn't supposed to be funny. Yeah, Memphis, Tennessee is definitely better than Mephiles the Dark. Yeah. He's just like, why didn't you beat Sonic? He's like, well, I beat the other Sonic. You didn't. Infinite's something. He's just a dick. I think that's like what makes Infinite a little more or my speed. Like Mephiles, like he's evil in like he's a dark presence from beyond or something. Infinite is evil because he fucking sucks as a person. And I think that's way more entertaining. Anyway, the secret to Sonic Advance 3 is, you see level design? The thing that makes Sonic Advance 3 fun is not doing the level design. It's to do whatever you want. Like, that's why I don't like the unlocking character system. I think it's just much more fun to, like, find your own ways through all these levels that take advantage of them. I have not played Project 06. I mean, actually I tried it once a while back, but I haven't played one of the more recent versions. Being a furry and illusion powers aside, he's a shitty person. Yeah, like, exactly. Just, he's petty, he's insecure, and, like, he takes it out on everyone else. Like, that's just more of a character than Mephiles, who was, like, again, he's evil because he's a being of evil. That's a different thing that I think is less entertaining. It makes him just feel like less of a character, like he is, because I guess he has to be? Like, I don't remember if there was much reason for his motivation besides, like, being prophesized to be like that. But I could be wrong. Again, I don't know the 06 story inside and out. I have not played that game because I do value my time a little. Yeah, that's the other thing, like... Yeah, that's the other thing, like... Hey, Infinite just, like... He'd just be a good villain to have around. That's the thing, like, that's the thing about me wanting his back. It's not necessarily about, like, lost potential or what his story should be. I think he should just be... He's just a good character to use, like, if you need another villain. And, like, he can realistically stick around... He can realistically stick around for as much as he wants. Like, I mean, you have to unkill him first, because, like, the thing about Mephiles is that he's entirely tied to, like, the story of 06, the, all the Iblis stuff and all that. Infinite was, like, created by the story of Forces, but, like, theoretically, there's not much reason he couldn't continue to be around. Wow, that was enough for a silver? I wonder what the requirement for bronze is. I'm gonna be perfectly honest, I don't like this team much. I'm not a big anime watcher. I am a Digimon fan, though, so I'm keeping up on Digimon Ghost Game. That's a lot of fun. And I watch some other stuff every now and then. Pokemon, what happened? Ghost Games! Alright, Tails and Knuckles is not the broken team I was talking about. That was Knuckles and Tails, but it gives you some interesting stuff. Like, in some ways it kind of makes Tails worse, but interesting anyway. Yeah, exactly. Like, man, Sega's so weird about Shadow. It's so funny that, like, Yeah, they don't want to bring back the Phantom Ruby, but like, eh. They said he was like absorbed by it technically, but then if he got out, it was just like it could be just like his thing, and like it's the excuse for his powers. Maybe it's weakened or something and can't cross dimensions anymore. Besides, like, hey, why would you want to get rid of like the sound effects of the Phantom Ruby? Either the friggin' dubstep bomb. I want that back. Wow. Exactly. Oh, this is where the boss is, but I still need to do Act 3. Did I do Act 2? I am actually forgetting because of how long I spent in that level I was just in. Well, here's Act 3. Okay. I didn't get to a chance to mention it because the conversation went other places, but goddamn, I love the ocean-based songs in this game. They're so cool. Yeah, the hub areas aren't great, honestly. Not much reason for them. Would I wish for Sonic Advance 4? I mean, honestly, that's what I consider Rush. Like, I know it obviously goes in a different direction, but it still very much builds on what Advance 1, 2, and 3 did. It, like, I said it while I was playing Advance 2, but a Rush feels like a sequel to Advance 2 specifically, gameplay-wise. Oh, right. I forgot that Tails' flight is now a glide when I have Knuckles. I like the little boxing gloves. Unfortunately, it's not a great glide because you can't climb after it, but it's fun to use. Yeah, obviously a Sonic Advance 4 directly is not an option. Because, you may have noticed a system that is no longer has games being made for it. Sonic A4. That would be kind of cool, but like basically like I would like to see like a new 2D Sonic that's not meant to be like Mania. Like, don't get me wrong, I would fucking love to see a Mania 2. Like, I would fucking die for that. Like, if a Mania 2 came out, I would like buy several copies. It would be more Sonic Mania. But I would be interested to see like another take on a 2D Sonic that isn't meant to be a specifically classic Sonic. Because that's what these are, really. They're 2D Sonic, but they're taking from things that were in the 3D games. In fact, the team, you'll notice the icons in this game for the what type your team is. They're speed, flight, and power, just like heroes. Yes, yeah. Hopefully we'll be able to see some more things done with Sonic. The only spin-offs we've had recently besides mobile games are we've had Olympics and we had Team Sonic Racing, really. And I think that's partially because of like lack of dedicated handhelds. But I think like even then, like the download and the thing about the downloadable game space is that like prices are expected to be lower for that. And so ends up being a bit of a different thing, but we'll see. I don't think it's gonna be like that forever. I think Sega like kind of wants Frontiers to sort of restructure where the brand is gonna go next. Okay, so I've talked about this with some friends. I'm sure, and probably sold out here, but Sonic Muso. Yes or hell yes? Or Sonic Warriors game, for those who know them as that. Jeez, man, what is this? 20 questions? Slow down a bit. We're trying to have some conversations. Like I get wanting to chat. Just again, I like talking about some of the things a bit longer, so you don't have to go straight to the next question. But yeah, I think a Sonic Muso would actually work, especially since like Frontiers is already like building up the idea of okay, here's Sonic with combat. Oh god, why is that enemy right there? So like, who would you main? Hopefully Blaze. I think Blaze would just go around like giant fire tornadoes, whipping up robots. That would be awesome. Oh yeah. Yeah, they changed. Yeah, that's a weird sound effect for that, but all right, so give Shadow the guns, yes. Yeah, Amy would be great, of course. I mean, she has a weapon; she's perfect for it. All right, like, and I'm sure she'd have a great moveset. All right, okay, fine. We did that right, not wrong. Who else? Oh man, if they should give Shadow Whispers, like the things from Sonic Forces, like just goofier, like... They halted side production because they wanted to see the future? Yeah, like, honestly, I respect that. Yeah, like... They want to kind of... Like, they want Sonic Frontiers... it makes sense, honestly. They want Sonic Frontiers to, like, shake out and be what it is. Like, they're in a very specific place for that. Oh, hey, you can run on water in this game. And I think that, like... Okay, personally, I expect Sonic Frontiers to be pretty successful. I expect it to review well, I expect it to sell well, and I expect it to sell well in Japan, unlike a lot of Sonic stuff does, because of, like, the promotion and the stuff with, like, Crony and whatever. So close. Yeah, no 420 today. Maybe later. But yeah, I expect them to consider Sonic Frontier successful enough to move forward with the series in the way they want. Hey, Silver Game could be cool. He's got cool powers. I think Sega is still a little afraid of, like, individual character spin-offs because of, you know, Shadow the Hedgehog's reception, but... I would like to see them try to... Oh, I guess I did skip Act 2. The boss isn't open. Yeah, I want funny dog girl and her weird... And to turn the Cocos into her weird little followers. Yeah, where the fuck is Act 2? Yeah, this is kind of an issue with the game. The hub worlds are more... Here we go. Yeah, I somehow just missed that. This is my favorite ocean-based song, by the way. Love. It's like a faster version of Act 1. It's also a really weird act, because going down there was just a bad idea. Yeah, like, Silver was... Like, part of the reason they made him a hedgehog is because, like, the name Silver the Hedgehog for a game would, like, make it clear that's part of the brand, I think. But, like, yeah, the reception of 06 just kind of put the kibosh on that. But yeah. Anyway, I'm not super expected of, like, single character spin-offs, but I do think, like, some spin-offs in different genres could be fun. Well, you know what would be really funny? Get the Yakuza guys to get an RPG out. Like, why not, you know? I guess the thing is, like, yeah. Yeah, we're all just talking wild wishes here, but, like a hedgehog! Exactly! A life system, yeah. Help. You know, I sometimes see people saying they want, like, the Chow as, like, a standalone mobile game kind of thing. You don't want that. I'm telling you right now, you don't want that. No. Absolutely the fuck not. Monetized Chow Garden would be disgustingly upsetting. That would be so bad. One thing about recreating that heat action of him executing people. You know how it is. Honestly, see, the thing about Chow Garden is that, like... Okay, can I actually just make it up here with this booster? Alright, I'll just try rolling. Okay, this is a bit of a weird section, but... I guess it worked. Yeah, it worked out. Yeah, when you don't actually have a speed character, some things get a little hard to do in this. So, see... Like, Takashi Iizuka recently talked about, well, not super recently, but at some point talked about, like, the idea, obviously he's brought up the idea of a Sonic Adventure 3 countless times, like, people act like, oh, he doesn't want to, he wants to make it as much as we want to play it, I'm sure of that. The thing is, he actually basically came out and said that, to make a game that he thinks would satisfy fans as Sonic Adventure 3, it would have to be a really big production, which obviously is true, that's... that's part of the reason why people want it, because they see them as like big deal games, and they felt that a lot of recent Sonic games weren't. Like, and so that's why I think Frontiers is important, because how Sega might see the future of the series. Because it would be like, basically it's to show them that, hey, putting more time, larger staff, etc. on a Sonic game, it's good. It works. It does well for you. Ooh, and you should do it more. Because I think, like, basically I think Iizuka doesn't want to make an Adventure 3 until he has the team and resources to make the Adventure 3 that he wants and that fans would want. Because, like, if you're wondering what Adventure 3 would look like on a, like, Forces-ass budget, well, you basically have 06. Like that's very much the same format as Adventure. It actually shared a lot of staff from Adventure 1, but it is obviously not very good. Whoa, these are weird. Yeah, exactly. 06 is in many ways like an Adventure 3. It's not called that, and it's not good. Like I think the Adventure games are generally pretty good. Like I won't say they don't have issues, but I think they're good. I would consider them to be good video games. Where'd you hear that about Sammy? Where'd you hear that stuff about Sega Sammy, by the way? I don't really follow their more business-oriented stuff, so I'm just curious. But yeah, I get the feeling they... Yeah, that's basically what I'm saying. If Sonic Frontiers as a success would likely lead to an Adventure 3. Maybe not immediately. In fact, since he's also said honestly, I don't think of Adventure 2 as really that janky. It sometimes is, but, like, it's not super rough. Yeah, that's very reasonable. It really shows. And I think part of the reason of that is because of the Boom thing. Basically, they tried to... Sonic Boom was kind of an attempt to hand off Sonic to, Sega of America, I'm guessing. Since, you know, America's where Sonic's most popular. Not the worst idea, but, did not work. Because of Rise of Lyric being terrible. So I'm guessing, like... Oh, kept its feet out. So I'm guessing what the deal with that is that, So, like, after that, they just kind of figured, put Sonic away for a while. Because it just didn't seem to be doing that great. But then, thanks to a deal they apparently made, like, a good while back, the movie happened. And I think the success of the two movies is really what made Sega and Sega Sammy think, hey, we should probably put some priority. Sonic Boom turned out like that for a good amount of reasons. One of it was, the fact that the game runs on CryEngine, and more specifically, it was, the engine was very much optimized for, like, PS4 and, Xbox One, before they were told that they were making a fucking Wii U game, and were not given really the time to develop it. But yeah, like, do they mention, like, the Sonic movies in them? Because I feel like I feel like that's, like, the most... that might be the thing that made them think, hey, we can probably leverage Sonic as a brand. Because those were, like, really successful, and generally well-liked, too. Exactly, yes. So like, that was kind of a big shot in the arm for what they think of it, and probably, it's probably what led to Frontiers, really, which is pretty cool. I do hope IDW Sonic gets some more translations. I'm not sure how many it has. Uh-oh. I keep forgetting this thing works like this. Yeah, and, like, the reason we haven't gotten a Sonic movie tie-in game is because of, well, all that stuff we talked about, really. They didn't consider Sonic a priority at the time, and then, you know, the movie happened, and then, like... That's also true, like... like, movie tie-in games aren't comics, and as more than, like, mobile stuff, and, like... A game of the movie of... Oh, thanks, Knuckles. Knuckles MVP. a whole game of the movie of the game thing isn't really necessary anyway. Like, you can just make a Sonic game. You don't have to make a Sonic movie game, really. Though I do think it's neat that Frontiers, like, brought in a few, like, visual elements with the movie. Yeah, the Ratchet & Clank game of the movie of the game. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, they did try a big push for Sakura Wars, but that mobile game flopped and that's dead. And yeah, there were a couple of movie rights Ace to Sega stuff given out that haven't seemed to amount to anything. Probably the weirdest one is did you know that they announced at some point a movie for fucking Rent-A-Hero? Fucking Rent-A-Hero. Alright, you know what? It's time to break out the big guns.
Let's go. Knuckle and tail.
I believe there have also been stories here and there about rights going out for things like Shinobi and Comic Zone movies. Again, I don't expect most or all of them to get made. Some could. Anyway, the reason Knuckles and Tails is ridiculous is, look at how Knuckles' glide works in this. You get a fucking uppercut before it that, acts as the double jump, and then you glide. It's completely insane. You can go wherever the fuck you want. The uppercut's also an attack, by the way, so if there's an enemy above you, no problem. Also, of course, you get the Tails tag action. Super Mario movie? It exists. Jack Black will carry it. I don't think it's gonna be great, but Jack Black will be fun as Bowser. There'll probably be some other fun performances, too. Yeah, I just don't have many thoughts about it. It's gonna exist. It'll probably make a bunch of money. You know? This is Toy Kingdom, a pretty unusual style. Pretty unusual aesthetic choice for a Sonic level. Very memorable, though. Oh yeah, my punch is an uppercut in this. So I have so they gave Knuckles a DP. Those boxes, by the way, make sure they're blue when you jump on them. You'll get a spring. If they're like red, then instead you'll get a spikes. So I keep messing up the angle on this. And unfortunately, a jump from this doesn't count as a normal jump, so I can't just like glide and climb the wall. Oh, gotta get out of there. Okay, we're good. Yeah. Toy Kingdom's like, I guess it's kind of the follow-up to Music Plant, but I don't like the theming as much, but again, it's unique for Sonic, and has a lot of color to it. Music's nice. Has some fucking spikes. Yeah, like, I guess it means they really were, like, not super sure what brands they could rely on, huh? I guess that's not surprising as a company. Like, I guess, I feel like the most reliable ones are ones, like, before the Sonic move were probably, like, Persona and Yakuza, you know? That's just my guess, though. I wonder if there's anything up here. But yeah, it's kind of, and I think that's like kind of like really is tied to like what Sonic fans have been tired of, like games that seem like lower production because Sonic was not a priority for their brand, so kind of all connects together, you know? Because like, well, even I mean, and like part of it is also direction, because like the sillier direction in terms of humor or probably make things feel like less of a big deal, but I think, like, that's kind of the thing, like, Sonic fans will talk about the things they want, a million different ideas of how the game should be, but really, I think the one thing they really would truly be happy with, they want Sonic to feel like a priority. They want Sonic to be a big deal. Oh? What backwards image about Persona? Like, culturally, or just, like, it being a turn-based RPG? I mean, I guess Yakuza's a turn-based RPG. Or is it just like that's like a high school setting or something? I wonder. Oh, actually, I do remember like some pretty notable criticisms about like some scenes in Persona 5 that led to some changes in Royal and some stuff, and also some stuff with Catherine, which isn't directly Persona, but you know, a lot of the same staff. And I wonder if they saw that like and had some thoughts about it. And like Sakura Wars could have been, God, the Sakura Wars revival could have been something. I loved Shin Sakura Wars. Or it's like I don't care. I loved it. I thought it was great. Come on, Persona. Oh, like I wish that series got to live again. They say up, I'm going up. Like, God, but like of all the things, like, and yeah, Yakuza getting better like culturally and Persona like being that, yeah, that's actually pretty funny. I almost wonder if that's why. I almost wonder if they kind of encouraged like Hashiro to move off to his own project because of that. Please don't kill me up here. Oh, there's a path up here. That's the opposite of dying. But yeah, like I am just sad that they did it, cause like that's the thing. See, the reason Sakura Wars got thrown in the bucket is because of that mobile game, right? They started a big gacha, put a bunch of money in it, died in less than a year. But like, the thing is, I feel like there was this attitude for a while that's only slowly starting to change, that a big gacha game will just print money, like no matter what, and like it won't. It takes a lot to see, the thing about like obviously the big ones can, yeah, but God, I've said this before, like do you know, like I'm just saying, like, from all this, if they actually made Persona but they let you be gay, do you know how much money that would make? Like, if they, like, literally just Persona but let you pick either gender and date characters of either gender, that would, like, be, like, there would be so much money in that. It's ridiculous. Like, that's, like, so many things, like, they're so close to what you want on the series. I mean, I guess they kind of, I think the only time, the closest you get, not counting Persona 1 and 2, is like Persona 3 Portable. Like, you can't tell me what's going on with Elizabeth and the female protagonist isn't gay. But other than that, like, yeah. Yeah, there are, like, or like they're definitely indie devs looking to make their own, like, a gay Persona. I remember that one that was announced, like, the first one to finish will make Undertale money. Like, yeah, like the demand for that it's there and it's big. And hey, I think I got the gold medal there. Like, and that's again because a lot of aesthetics of like Persona feel like the kind of thing that would be progressive, very young and hip and cool. So tying that with what feels like, because conservatism is frequently associated with, you know, older folks, it feels backwards. So like, for a lot of fun. Oh, cool. That's what's up here. Yeah, I've heard that. But yeah, like, but I do want to go back for a sec. I wish Sakura Wars could have survived. I was talking about that because I was saying that, like, it's only starting to turn around, like, hey, that companies are, like, maybe sometimes, and really still not much, thinking twice about making, like, a mobile gacha game. Like, see, here's the thing that I think a lot of companies don't realize, kind of don't take into account when it comes to ongoing live service games, mobile or otherwise, is that, like, see, basically the idea of them is that they're a game that the player will pay for forever instead of just once plus maybe some DLC. But there's one key thing about a game that you want people to pay for forever. It means you have to keep making it forever. Oh, those piggy bank enemies are funny. They suck in your rings when you lose them. So, like, there is a lot more investment than you'd think in going into, like, a... It killed like, their ambition for bigger mobile games in general. I mean, I wouldn't even say Persona couldn't keep up with the times. It was legitimately more progressive before 3. Like it went backwards. At least so I hear. Hey man, I get they're excited, but slow down the questions a bit. We're having a conversation, you know? But yeah, Sakura Wars, it should have had one. It should have gotten more. Or I guess the thing is that like because they wanted it to be such a big franchise, that's why it died. Because like they made the game and immediately made an anime series, and I'm not that probably like even I'm pretty sure it didn't do as well as they wanted. Like I think if they just let it be the game and like that's the thing. I think like the fact that I think it's just very hard to launch a game and as a full multimedia franchise at once. I think it's rare that works. Or it's like, hey, like even like Pokemon is like the biggest example, and even then, I think in Japan it was at least launched first as a game before anything else. It's just I think like because like I think it ultimately became like multimedia. It was launched as multimedia around the world because of the games and then stuff explosive success in Japan, but I think, and even then, like yeah, you can't expect. There's also the fact that a lot of companies will see some big like money-making outlier and be like, yeah, if we do what that did, you'll make it. Like, you do not just make something that makes Pokemon money. You can't just do that because you want to. You know what I mean? You cannot assume that that's going to happen with anything you make. This boss is weird because technically it doesn't take a fixed amount of hits. Rather, each time you hit it, it opens up like this. But also, each time you hit it, it moves backwards, and you have to knock it off the cliff. And also, if you let it just sit there, it'll move forward a little bit, so you have to... But yes. And yeah, like, Shin Sakura Wars, I think it was great. It was also pretty clearly not, like, a AAA game. And I think people just expect AAA productions to... if you want to make big things, like I'm not a big like AAA gaming fan, but like games just has to be made like with the expectation that, with the hope at least that their reception will like be in relation to their budget. You can't like you obviously you want to hope for more, but you can't assume it'll blow up way beyond it. It's hard to make something on the cheap and expect people to spend big money on it, you know? Yeah, Sakura Wars was big budget then, and even then it was... And, like, big budget back then. Like, Sonic Adventure would have been big budget back then, too. Like, and I wonder if, like, some Japanese devs are, like, a little afraid of committing to, like, AAA game budgets. Which, like, probably a good thing, but then they have to be... know not to expect the, return. Like, you know? Are you done yet? No, one more. Like if Sega wants to make some stuff that's a little more budget, then that's more than fine. I think that's great. But you have to understand that it is therefore going to sell in accordance with that. You can't really... I mean, it is... Oh, let me rephrase that. It is probably going to sell in accordance to that. Exceptions happen. Sometimes you get lucky. Like, when does someone get lucky like that? Like, maybe Nier Automata. I'm sure that was bigger than the budget. It was a sequel to a pretty niche game by some developers that don't always make the most successful titles, so it blew up in relation to that, but you can't expect blowing up, you know? And, like... yeah, it sort of had one. Like, very mid-budget game, and... because, like, again, I think they knew that Platinum's name would garner some goodwill, but also it was still kind of a niche thing, you know? Funded on a whim? Yeah, perhaps. Yeah, it's like, again, I'll admit I'm no businessman. Like, this is a lot of theory for me. Traditional in what way? Do you mean like the gameplay? Because I can see the I can see the shift to action kind of throwing a lot of people. Let's try Sonic and Knuckles. That's a good game. Gameplay and presentation. Like you think they could have gone with more like the 2D portraits and stuff? Interesting. Yeah, like, but I feel like the thing about like business is that like, I think like there's just never an assumption that something can make less than all the money, you know? And like, I guess that's kind of the Alright. And then like, yeah, also the switch to action when like, that's the thing, like I feel like every now and then there's like a whole... Oh, by the way, Sonic gets this back when he has Knuckles as his partner. Like, see, this is the kind of game where like, I would be bothered by like certain moves you used to just have being locked by certain combinations if there weren't also a bunch of other like new moves. Yeah. So like, can I make it up there now? No, at least not like. Oh, come the fuck on. But yeah, even if they switch to full 3D, because like the thing is, like, as someone who was, you know, not a Legacy fan, I think the presentation of Shin Sakura Wars was really fucking good. Like, the models were really expressive. They did a real good job making that work, I think. Like, you know what I think, because like I played some of the first game. I'll admit I'm like not fully versed in it, but I started at least. And you know what I think Shin Sakura Wars did really well, compared to some previous ones. I think it characterized like the main character really well, and well, a lot of times he's a blank slate. Which, to be fair, I get why people want that in games with like romance options, but I really liked like the main character, Seijiro, I think was his name, in Shin Sakura Wars. It surprised me. He was a lot of fun, but and yeah, like how are you gonna say how are you gonna assume that you can't make a strategy RPG dating sim when Fire Emblem is as it is now, when Fire Emblem Awakening literally saved that entire series from being shelved for like 20 years. Come on, Sega, open your eyes a little. Like it's... Yeah, probably even... Yeah, I don't know a ton about Ogami. Like, he seemed a little, like, eggplant in what I played of Sakura Wars 1, but he's also the main character of at least 3 games, right? Three or 4. Or I always forget. He is a himbo? Well, you know. That's attractive, too. Not... Or, like... And I definitely don't know about the guy in whatever, in like the 5th game. Anyway, though, really, that's just me thinking about like all this stuff about brands. At the end of the day, kind of speaks to what Sonic fans want, and also I think it speaks a little to what Sonic Team wants. Like Sonic Forces, clearly a budget game. Sonic Forces, clearly a budget game with a short development cycle, right? But Sonic Team clearly wanted that game to be a lot more, and then had to pull back, and it shows. Ooh, and like, I think that's like, hey, basically like, hey, Sonic Team wants to make bigger Sonic games. Like that's what I think. But Sega didn't want to put that much effort into the brand, so you end up with this with that mismatch is what led to Forces, that they wanted big, but they couldn't do it because Sega didn't want big. And perhaps a little stubborn of them, but because as you can see, now that they're doing big and are given the opportunity to, it seems like it's working out pretty well with a lot of reception to Frontiers. And yeah, people love strategy RPGs these days. I think the thing I think these companies don't understand is that, like, the idea of the gamer being automatically more excited by action games as opposed to, like, turn-based strategy kind of turn-based games with strategy, like RPGs and stuff, is that, it goes with it kind of comes with this assumption of a very specific type of gamer. Like, a specific demographic that likes action games. And, like, I like action games, but plenty of people are really only good at, like, menu-based games or, like, puzzle games where you don't have, like, a time pressure or lots of fast execution. There's a very big, market for that sort of game. And in the case of Soccer Wars in particular, or, like, that market is already served by things like dating sims. Oh, I might be dead. Oh, no, the level down here. It's already served by, like, games about romance and life sim stuff. So, while they would like the idea of Soccer Wars, they would actually be turned away from it. Well, I mean, we've kind of been talking about that, you know? Because they didn't see Sonic as a priority in around the time Forces were being made. They kind of weren't sure what they could do with the brand, and, like, Sammy was kind of looking for something to focus on, and it just wasn't Sonic at the time, and basically, like, that, because, like, the funny thing about the movie, I think it was almost luck, because I think they made that deal, like, it was actually weird. They, like, as far as I'm aware, is that, like, they originally made a deal with Sony to make the movie, and then they just didn't, and then I think the rights went to Universal from that. So I think ultimately they ended up kind of lucky that, it worked out the way it did. I mean, I'd say Forces was kind of a fast turnaround even by modern standards. But also, like, again, like, because I think that's, like, part of the thing that, it's part of the thing they don't, like, that I think Sonic fans, and a lot of Sonic fans don't quite get, is that, like, I think they don't really get that Sonic Team frequently wants what they want. And they're also frequently left trying to explain it when they don't get that. When really, it's not really their... Oh, come on, that's stupid. So, in that sense, again, I think Forces was, like, Sonic... Like, there's so many things in Sonic Forces that are clearly this game should have been, like, twice the size... Like, almost every level should have been, like, twice the length of it. Length it was, and, like... And then, but, like, and you can tell, like, there's cut stuff all over the place. But, they didn't get to make that. Yeah, 2 years at most, and really ended up, and it really ended up being less than that. Like, most of the time, I mean, between, say, Lost World, most of the time of Sonic Team between Lost World and Lost World and Forces was, like, a lot of it was engine development, the Hedgehog engine 2, which Sega has gotten a good amount of use out of. I'd say it's been a solid investment. It's a good amount of games that use it. But that, and also, I believe, whatever maybe Puyo Puyo Tetris 2 was around that time. They do work on that. But, yeah, like... But, like, you can see, with Forces is presented like a big Sonic game. It's got a vocal theme, the story is trying to be more dramatic, so... It just didn't get to. Because... So, like, I almost wonder if that was, like, Sonic Team being stubborn. They're like... Hey, psst. Oh, so Sonic only gets the R tricks with Tails as a partner. Is that a property of Tails, not Sonic? That's interesting. Oops. Dying here. Oops. That was my fault. But, like, I think they just... I almost wonder them being like, hey, we want to push Sonic more. This is kind of evidence of that. But, like, ultimately, though, at the end of the day, it really is, like, the movie that said, hey, wait, we can make Sonic big again. And, like... So, and with that, Sonic Team, they even was able to take the opportunity to be like, hey, if you want Sonic to be big, give us more time and staff and budget, etc. And we'll make something that goes with that, you know? Again, I think that's why, like, if Frontiers is received well, which I can assume it will, like... Oh, that sounds cool. Yeah, there's a lot of concept art that shows cool ideas for forces. Ooh, fucked up. I don't have many lives, do I? Granted, like, because of the way the hub worlds work, you only really have to worry about going back to individual levels, but I better be careful still. Yeah, sometimes this game is a little unclear about... Oh, come on. About going left or whatever. Yeah, there are a lot of things they want to use in forces that didn't make it and led to the game feeling as half-baked as it was, but... I think what that says to me is that, because a lot of Sonic fans are like, oh, Sonic Team doesn't know what the fans want. Really, I think Sonic Team has known for a long time what the fans want, and they want it too. Wait, so where the fuck do I go then? Oh, I go up here, okay. Oh, where the fuck did that come from? Like, hey, I think Sonic Team and Sonic fans are a lot more in tune than they think, and that the reasons they haven't quite been getting what they might want are different, or they come from elsewhere, really. And I think people are starting to understand that more. Like when they mentioned that Izuka had to kind of stand up for the team to make sure Frontiers had a bit more development time. That's the kind of thing that made them realize, oh, so they do get it. And I think that's why I'm like kind of like obviously my main thing is I'm excited to play Sonic Frontiers, but I'm also excited for like the series' future after it, because like I think if Sega is willing to keep to whatever they build for that, it'll be good. Wait, where the fuck do I go in this level? Yeesh. Do I go up here? Like, I don't really have an ability good for exploring upwards, though I could do a bit of this. At least glide like that. Man, I wish it was like any other pair of characters right now. Can I do this? Yeah, here we go. Alright, this should get me out of here. Yeah. Well, get me an extra life. I need the fuck out of this, but... I mean, the response to Forces was a wake-up call for Sega, I think, but I think Sonic Team gets it. That's my thought. I think, like, the people who, like, make the games, I think they want Sonic to be as cool and big and awesome as possible. I mean, why wouldn't they? Like, like, Izuka fucking loves Sonic. His favorite game is Sonic Adventure 2. You think he doesn't want to go fucking huge? That's why people love Sonic Adventure 2 so much. Because it was this ridiculous, bombastic game that loved what it was. And also one thing is that, I am curious what's directly next for Sonic, because I think, like, the next Sonic game isn't going to be, like, a huge game like Frontiers. Like, personally, I'm curious just to see if we'll get a new 2D game. I think that would be fun. Now I just need to find the boss. I remember oh, it's right here, never mind. Alright, Twinkle Snow's boss is really annoying. I actually don't like it much. If I have trouble with it, I'll probably just find a team that makes it easier. Yeah, see? Basically, you have to jump on these platforms that fall after you jump off them and drop them on his head. An advanced or rush successor by a different company that likes developing 2D titles and you'll like it? I'd fucking like it. Yeah, I could imagine that. Like, I mean, there's rumors for just about everything Sonic related, so I'd take it with some salt, but... Like, because, like, I said earlier, I don't mind, like, whether 2D Sonic is classic or modern. I think they'd both be cool. Again, Advance or Rush successor, I would go for that. I love Sonic Advance and Rush games. I am literally playing Sonic Advance 3 right now. It's what I'm doing. Like, this is what, I'm not like, hey, poking at you or anything. I just think it's really funny. Like, hey, you give that and you'll like it thing. Like, yeah, I will like it. Anyway, this boss you unfortunately can't hit directly, so Cream is not the play here. But what I need to do, first off, no Sonic on this team because Sonic makes it too hard to control on the small platforms. I'm gonna do Tails. What's a good tag action to have here? Oh, Zippo doesn't know jack shit. The best way to do this. Maybe I'll go like Cream Tails. That might do. And like that should, yeah. See, I already beat that. Saved that I beat all these acts, so shouldn't be a problem. After Advance 3, I'm done for the night. Oh wait, no, I don't want this because this gives me a weird umbrella flight instead of actual flight. And well, the umbrella's cute at least. Yeah, but I mean, tonight this is the last game I have for tonight's stream. Sunday, I'm still deciding what my stream will be. I might do a shmup stream, a shoot 'em up stream on Sunday. Hey, maybe see if I can get that Bat Rider clear. Maybe play some Hellsinker again. It's been a bit since I've played that. Right, you have to go across here. But again, it's still in question for Sunday in particular. Yeah, I might play some. I could play some Toho too. I might play. I mean, I can always put up 10 Desires. I love that game. Yeah, like actually, it's like I think the hub areas actually do have an advantage in this game because there are a lot of moves, and it's a cool place to let you try them out safely. But also, they're weird to navigate. I love Tails just dying over and over again here. This is not a boss fight made for partner AI. Oh god, I'm dead. 3 days. Almost there. A little more than that. I think it's more like 4. But actually, can Cheese attack this boss? Like, I don't even know. Looks like he can't. Really? Yes. Yeah, this is the boss I struggle with the most in this game. Oh shit. Man, you'd think the team of the 2 flying characters would not have a shittier version of flight, you know? Ah! It's too slow on the jump. Alright, so no fucking around this time. Okay, so basically I want a team that gives Tails his regular flight and does not, you know, and does not have Sonic on it. That means not Knuckles, not Cream. Honestly, Amy's probably fine. I don't need to roll jump because I'm not hitting the boss directly. And I'm pretty sure he's got regular flight with Amy. I'll take a look, though. Oh yeah, I've got regular flight, and I can also swing a hammer during it. It's pretty funny. Alright, this is perfect. Hell, I can even get out of here without having to go back around. Nope, don't want to go in there, though. No. I do want to beat... especially excited to beat this boss, though, because the level after this is really cool. Oh my god. I keep flying into these by accident. Morbed out. So, you know where else she morbed out? Sonic Adventure 2 Battles multiplayer mode. She morbed the hell out of that. That game was morbid time for her. You know, just wait a minute. Let's see, my ass can fly now, so. The only problem with flying is that I have to land sometimes. Funky Town? Maybe I can hear it. Almost there. There we go. Well, hardest boss fight in Sonic. That's a good question. Sonic doesn't usually have super hard bosses, I think. I'd have to think about that for a bit. I mean, there's some annoying ones in, like, Game Gear Sonic 2, but that's almost cheating. I'll stick with this team a bit longer as we go into a really cool level. We were talking about cyberspace before. Well, yeah, one more trip there. There's Cybertrack. This is where our gravity shenanigans show up. The music's cool too. Man, this place is so cool. Oh, right. Oh man, I love these blocks that look like little windows, like computer windows. It's great. Love this level. Cybertrack is probably one of my favorites. It's in this game. Great music too. One of my favorite set of music tracks. Oh, gravity switch. Keep going. Ah, didn't get the swing out. I love this part of the song. Which way? Let's go down. Can I not go up on this? Oh, it is actually a timing thing. Kind of hard to tell which way he's swinging because of the way he's facing the screen. I was thinking it would be like the ones in Flying Battery and like Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Those you just have to hold a direction. Let's go up this time. Go end up. If we're lucky, it'll be where we need to be, but am I a lucky person? Maybe, maybe not. Wow, they expect you to go faster. I guess it is a track. Also, I actually really love the Hub World remix of this song. It's kind of slower, chill version. Especially since it like starts at this part of the song, it's really cool. But the Act 2 remix is really cool. I love the kind of different beat it starts with. Tails can't seem to fly too long in this. I wonder if that's like specific to him flying with Amy, and maybe it's hard for him to carry the hammer, you know? Whoops. Oh, right, that. The only problem with playing as Amy is remembering that, you know, jumping is like that. And you have to press B to curl up in the air. I'm not used to that, but. Honestly, where I want to go was that way. Wow, you go fast as hell. Well, you can go fast as hell flying in this game, actually. Oh, there were spikes down there. Okay. Thank you, Dimps. You were my friends. No, wait. Ugh. That was weird. I heard the jump, but then just kind of hit something. I couldn't figure out what it was. The city auditor mallet. You know what? Yeah. Hands of an insanely angry woman. It is true. It's at least stronger with them. Alright, we're going places. What places? Well, we'll figure that out, you know? I sure hope we're going places other than death, but let's see. Nope. Yeah, I keep getting tripped up by not having a spin jump, so I'm gonna switch back to another team I really liked. I like Sonic's air dash with this. Alright, let's do this right. It's interesting I'm actually losing at this game. I guess it's been a while since I played it. Also, I'm not doing the mini-games to get more lives, and it's kind of hard to do so otherwise, because this game doesn't have score. But... I lost a couple lives in, like, Advance 2, and... maybe one as well, I don't remember, but... No, I was hoping that... But... in those, it was like... well, I had a bunch of them anyway, because score gave you lives, so... By the way, in Sonic Advance 2, when you game over, you actually have to start the zone over. In Advance 1 and 3 are not like that, so thank goodness. Gassed up. Arrows to the left. Sonic Advance 3 level design is really winding is the thing. Dang it really goes all over the place, like, expects you to go in many different directions. Which is cool, it just means it's sometimes like, say I'm here, do I go left or right? I'll guess right. Maybe you can do both. Oh god, when we're both on the, dang, it's so hard to tell which way we're supposed to be facing here. I like this path. Try and cook it. Uh-oh. Well, that was depressing. Alright, so, what's the best way to handle this? Alright, so we wait for the balls. Big holes. There we go. Take it carefully. Going fast is fun, but do so responsibly. Whew. That's kind of a mean jump. Oh, right here. How a weird place to put the end of the level. God, I love the victory animation Sonic has for a gold medal in this. It is where he breakdances like that. Sonic breakdancing is always good. He should do it. He should always do it. Also, I totally forgot which way you're supposed to go on this. I think it's right. Well, actually, I think it probably depends on whether you want to go to Act 3 or to the boss, so. Here we go, Act 3. Oops. The horns in this theme are kind of an odd addition, but they do make it a little more dramatic. They're French horns, which makes them Hoenn trumpets. Yep, that's your fun fact for today. The infamous Hoenn trumpets from Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire, actually French horns. Oh. Well, checkpoint's nice. Oh, there's a Chow there. How do you get there? And there's a Chow here. That's how you get here. Help us the extremely fast music. Seems like you're on a fixed speed on that, so you can't gain boost mode from it. Shame. I'll take this a little carefully. Oh, alright. So like that double jump is interesting because it kind of adds to your upwards velocity, but if you're not already moving up some, you're not going to get a lot out of it. Oh, that's kind of brutal. Oh. Yeah, see, like if you're already falling when you try and do that, you barely get a double jump at all. Well, I needed you dead. That enemy's dead, so that should at least make this easier. Yeah, see, there's a wall there. That's why I kind of assumed there might be one in the other places. But there's not. Yep, that's the Sonic Advance 3-way. Can't do it right, sometimes you do it wrong. Hope I don't need both platforms here. I need both platforms here. Oof. Alright, last life, but I think I can at least do this level. Always weird when Sonic games have like more or elaborate platforming bits like this, because, you know, usually things are a little more freeform. Really? I didn't even get the jump there. The jump didn't jump, as the famous Raocow once said. I don't blame myself for that. I mean, I should, but I don't. Oh, here's an idea I haven't tried yet. Sonic Frontiers, I'm gonna play it on PC. Oh yeah, cheese kind of circles around Cream when you have Knuckles with you. Though you can still send him out to attack, but I think if you're not doing that, then you'll actually hit enemies near you. It's neat. Otherwise, she's pretty much standard Cream, which is good. That's what I wanted here. This might have been a mistake. Yup. So don't do that, friends. That's not how you beat the level. See, where I want to go is like... I want to get up here. I wonder if I can just kind of... I feel like she just can't make it. Oh well. Unless... There we go. She just makes that. Alright, see you later. Thanks for stopping by. Figured I might as well grab that in case I had to complete the save file later. Alright, I think I can handle this level now. He says, hopefully. The enemies have actually been getting in my way a lot, so I think having cheese around for this will actually help. Let's try going left this time. Nope. No luck. I was a little sad of him to give you the choice, but the choice isn't really a choice. I like when choices are choices, instead of not being choices. You feel me? Oh, that just canceled flight. That's interesting. I didn't know you could do that. I didn't know there was... Oh, that spike skip on there. That's kind of my own fault, but... I don't really need this platform with this team, but... Actually, I might... Oh, I'm dead. Yeah, I should just stick with the bottom platform and then fly up. This level's actually pretty tough. Kind of glad to have a little trouble with the Sonic game. And there's ones I've played so much that they're a little easy. That's not meant to be bragging, it's just kind of how it turned out. Yeah, I should have just let that go. I'm gonna try... Is there anything up here that I can do, or just a purely downward direction I should be looking at? Looks down. Alright, yeah, I need this platform. Alright. I'll go left to go right here. Cream's grinding animation is so funny. You're just waving. I think we're almost done here. Actually, I want to see something. Ah, really? Yeah, because see, what I want to go through is here. This. I want to go through the breakable wall. And whatever. Starting to get too tedious, so. We'll do it like this. We'll do it your way. I just hope I'm almost out of this level, since I have no lives. Sure hope this gets me out of here. Oh my god, a maze of these things, I'm guessing. Nope. Alright, so. Up. Let's try a different direction. Time for a change of pace. thank God, get me out of here. I feel like this level might have a Gemerald fight, but I can't be sure. More of this platform stuff, though. Where do I want to be right now? Wait, where do I want to be? I'll take the rail. Don't want to think about it too hard. Guess that was the wrong choice, huh? Yeah, this stage is tough. I'm surprised. Let's stay on this. So can I fit under here if I just stay on this platform? Because I think that's where I need to go, but I don't know if I need to get... Nope, you can't. Oh, I can go over this. Alright. That makes things a lot easier. I was afraid I have to follow the platform through that gap. Yeah, oh, I remember this section now. Granted, I have some leeway being Cream. Okay, and yeah, there's a Gemerald fight here, but... Shouldn't be hard, I have... Oh yeah, he can fucking teleport now. Oh, come on. I swear. Okay, thank goodness. We're good. We did it, Reddit. Get me the hell out of here. Ooh, awful run, but I made it. LeBron James. Alright, now how do I get to the boss? Gonna guess down? No, that's a bonus save. You know, I need to do this right now. I think G's will help with whatever. Yes, especially. There's just one zone with three acts and then a final boss after that. So, although I have to do the boss of this zone first. So, it's neat that they even have the gravity gimmick in the bonus stage here. Yeah, cheese helps here a lot. Yeesh. I don't even know what that button is doing. But it's helping. Alright, where's the last one? Almost there. Do I want to go here? Yes, I do. There we go. Alright, 2 lives. That's good enough to take me forward some. This boss is neat. I think it's another one that cheese won't win for me, because I don't attack it directly. Yeah, that's not the way to get to the boss. It basically turned me around. Whoops! What do they even do? Oh, this spring? This is the boss, no, that's a special stage spring. Where the heck is the boss? Oh, there's Chow up here, that's neat. Keep accidentally falling into the levels. Alright, so left was not the plan, so right is right this time? Yeah, I've seen it. Kinda. And then I think I want to head up here? Yeah. The speed booster there is rude, but made it. Alright, time for the boss. This one's wacky. I definitely remember this fight. Basically, you gotta hit these. Hit these. I said, you gotta hit these. Oh, come on. Keep failing step 1 here. There we go. You gotta knock them into the boss. Can be a bit tricky with the partner just doing whatever they want. You'll just throw knuckles at it. Oh, right. Do it in the air, you can't get thrown at him. Oh, and if you stay on those platforms on the side, they just dunk you into the pit and kill you. Really? It is tough to get a right angle on this. Honestly, I think one thing about this game is that, like, hey, I remember I was talking about when I was playing Sonic Advance 2 about how the levels end up kind of playing the same a lot. I feel like this game, they went really hard to try and make them not do that. Really varied layouts and, some gimmicks, and some of them are a little hit or miss, but I think it's generally really good. Oh, damn it. I'm out of rings. It's just not easy to get the right angle on this guy. That's better. There we go. I also keep kind of trying to guess where he's going to shoot and just not being right. I don't know the intervals he fires at very well. Bosses that you hit indirectly can sometimes be a pain because you're at the whim of things other than your own movement. Especially when you have angles to judge like this. But... oops. There we go. Oh. Wait. Lost the ring, but... what? Okay. There's something about my controller that every now and then eating jumps. Like, I guess that sounds like jobbing, but you gotta believe me. I wonder if there's like a delay or something. Yeah, if there's a bit of an input delay, maybe I'm just hitting jump too early before I land. Fight's off to a good start, though, so I think this will probably be it. Nice. Nice teamwork. Nice. One. This ball is so fast that second phase. Two. I think I need 4 in total in the second phase, so it's 2 more. Nice. There we go. Okay, so I'm gonna take a quick break after this. And want to grab some water, and then I'll be right back. Alright, we're back. Let's finish the job here in Chaos Angel. I do like this team. I'll use it a bit longer. Changed my mind. I'm gonna go with Knuckles and Amy again. I like that one because of the wall spin dash and the like.
Let's go. Knuckles.
Oh, nice. Now let's try and grab some lives from this. See what it is, though. Ooh, I'm still not good at this one. To be fair, a lot of it's luck. Like, sometimes it just placed on the other side. There's nothing I can do about that. Like, hit the... Oh. Damn you, Sonic physics. Ah, there's the level. Yeah, that feels so good. Wall spin dash is like best frickin' power. If I went over it. I die, I guess. That's really fun. I just put a pit there. At least I'll have 3 lives again.
Let's go. Knuckles.
Actually, that also means I can try the minigame again. In case I want some extra lives. Ooh, nice job, Amy. Whew! Just made it. That'll get me 1. Better than none. 0.8 seconds left. 0.08 seconds left. Nice. Let's do this good. It's really funny how this level starts with, like, this platforming bit that I screwed up. Okay, I gotta remember, I gotta run on the spinning platform first, and then I jump off to skip the section properly. Over here, there. Up here. There we go. Come on. Let's move it. Music for this level is super dramatic and cool. Also, only Sonic Advance game where the last regular zone doesn't take you to space. So this is the way. Down. Up. It's so cool. It's just a cool level, too. Act 3 is kind of annoying, but we'll get there when we get there. 1 and 2 are still cool. Okay, these launch you automatically. It's kind of their thing. Oh boy. Alright, so I'm gonna do this, that. There we go. Yeah. Alright. See ya. Glad you enjoyed. Alright. I think I can make it out of this. Let's go. It is all. That's one thing that's kind of neat about the flow of Sonic games. If you are in a slow, treacherous part, it's already you get that real good feeling when you hit something. Let's see, go fast for a bit again. Uh-oh. Watch for rolling rocks. Half an A press and all that. So can I get out of here with this? Yeah. What do you got to say? I mean, I guess. Not a bad plan. Wonder if that means there's a Chow nearby. I mean, it doesn't seem like it. But it is a different path, which always feels good. Oh, man. No smashies. Whoa, that sends you high. Right, keep it on that rail so I don't have to do as much platforming just yet. I'm curious what Omocha has to say here. Like, he's in just weird places. Love here. Well, I went up and it sent me down, so. No. Hey! I mean, I need this platform. Don't you friggin' break it early. Whew. Almost missed that. Let's keep riding this for a bit. Whew. Okay, there's land down there. Can't always be sure. Let's get out of here. Does it really make sense? Sonic Advance 3 is like, you know... Honestly, it's interesting. The progression of these games from one to the next is a lot like Sonic 1, 2, and 3. Where the first one was a bit slower paced and East felt a little more traditional in some ways. Oh, that's where his power attack is. Oh, it's down and B for this. Huh, weird. Well, first game was more slow and traditional. Second one cranked up the speed a lot. Third just added new character abilities, made everything more varied, and made some really big levels. And that's something. Wonder if they did that on purpose, or look into each game in their own way, or if... Wouldn't be surprised if it just kind of worked out that way, considering, like, criticisms of each one. Some people, I think, did point out that Advance 1 felt slow. There's people, of course, has plenty to say about Advance 2, and a lot of stuff about this game seemed to be about, like, making the characters more versatile and the levels more varied, which they succeeded at a lot. This is a really good series, I think. Warts and all. And again, I wouldn't even call them warts that much, but that's because I'm nice to Sonic Advance too. Whoa. How far back does this take me? About a minute, alright. I mean, it's probably the beginning of this section. Whew. Scary jumps around here. I wonder what the best way around here really is. How much can I just glide across like an asshole? A lot, hopefully? Please let there be a wall here. Nope! Well, I could have done that, so... That does seem like the plan, but I gotta do my jumping and gliding right afterwards. I'm also not sure if you can stay clean to the wall after a spin dash without jumping. Things to figure out. But, wish I'd figured them out earlier. It's kind of a dangerous place to do it. Yeah. But yeah, it's neat how there's a lot you can do in this game. Like that. Right, so then we can spin dash up this wall. Okay, so you have to jump. Welp, what did we learn? You gotta jump to jump. And you don't want the jump to not jump. Whew. Alright. Let's take this rail instead of just going so low. Staying up high will probably make things a bit safer and easier. Whew. Even if I take some unnecessary risk like that. I think this is the end? Yeah! Nasty level, but a fun one. Where's Act 2? How the hell do I get there? Right here. I want to see something. Does this count as a normal jump when Amy launches me from the ground? No. Alright, don't get air actions there. Alright. Good to know. This level was a cool, like, slow, dramatic remix of the song. Ooh. Let's climb up here. Nothing up there, so take the rail. I always associate this song with like the indoor sections. This gigantic, ancient structure, very atmospheric. There's rings over there this time, but I know what happened last time I jumped over one of those blocks, and what was funny, but funny doesn't keep me alive. It seems to, in fact, do the opposite a lot. Yeah, man, this game is just so much better when you start with all the characters and can try out all the combinations. Instead of just having to be like, I don't know, Sonic and Tails, I guess. Yeah, like, I could do that. It's fucking awesome. Imagine depriving me of that. Well, that was weird. Ooh, nice. Yeah, I always forget that the enemies in this game drop rings. I wonder if it's because there's no points, so they wanted a reward for them. Oh, I got the glide near the ground. Whoops. Oh wow, I did not find a checkpoint during all of that. I feel like checkpoints are sometimes a little oddly placed in this game. But yeah, I think that's mostly just like the level design kind of having lots of things going on. Alright, well, I wonder if I can find that extra life again, if they respawn in this game. Well, I'm taking a different path anyway, so maybe not. So I noticed the platforms you can pass through on the bottom. You can't, when you're doing that wall spin dash, you'll bounce off them for some reason. I wonder if it's because it's got something to do with it being a floor. Weird little mechanical thing. Oh, I did not make that. I thought I was going to make that. My problems continue to be of my own making, huh? I'm sticking with this team though. I think it's the juice, at least until the boss fight. Boss says I might have to bring back that cream team. Wow, that sounds really bad. But I literally mean a team with Cream the Rabbit on it. Nothing else. I can't actually spin that there and not die. There's stuff over here. I wonder if anything cool is, or at least useful. Hey, I actually killed that thing before it rolled up. Right for me. And that's just another way to get up here. There's a neat little path, though. Actually, there it didn't bounce off the end. I wonder what the criteria is. Alright, so we get this and then we don't fuck it up. Platform. Alright, let's just do a bit of this. Yeah, alright, this is just this way. Go. Up. What is with the landing on that? That doesn't seem right. I wonder if it's because of the slope of the seesaw. Still seems way more than speed than it should be, but it is just like that sometimes. So is there anything like down here now? Wants me to just go left here. All right. I think. No, it doesn't. What's the play here? Oh, it's probably the spring, and it's going to be way up somewhere. Yeah. Okay. And then, ooh. So that was the crusher section, but I could just friggin' wall spin dash out of that. That rules. This fucking team and game rules. Anything to be found? If nothing else, I can do this. Probably skip some stuff. Whew. Can't be scaring me with pits like this. Ooh, the hammer swing there actually has a good hitbox for that. Cool. Ooh, the second spike. The classic trick. I fell for one of the classic blunders. Do I go up there? No, I just want to... Oh, there's just ground here. Surprised that the game's so kind. Ah, oof. My fucking bones. Well, if I have to go this way, it's probably not going to kill me for falling. It is nice to pick you up. Oh, that's the first one I found here, huh? Bam. Oof. I totally forgot about those platforms. That they have those crumbling ones here, because I remember what the crumbling ones in Cybertrack look like, but not those. It was a weird thing to slip my mind when most of this game... Wow, this level's still going, huh? I guess just from the music, it certainly sounds like a big level. Oh, that's funny. Spring is there to hurt you. Oh. Oh. I was gonna say, they're just gonna kill me like that? Okay, even Dimps aren't that mean. Oh. The low Sonic game acceleration is generally pretty important for how they play, but sometimes it screws you there. Ooh. Nope, still alive. Actually, I'm where I need to be. Jeez, another checkpoint. That means we're still not done. Let's take this platform. A little tougher to get to, so it's probably a better path to take. Whew. Not so oof. So can I go up from here? Is there any reason to? Probably not. Alright. Then we go down. This game's really cool. Like, I'm having trouble with these last stages, but it's a cool-ass game. And I think... Alright, that's... guessing that's a whole-ass bronze. Oh, they really give me a silver for that. This is a big-ass level. Bonus game. This is probably the destroy the enemies one, so it might be a little easier. This stream went longer than I thought because of this game. Gonna have to be faster at finding these than that. Not really. This layout of a freaking maze. Nothing up here? Wow. So can I find these last three? Well, one's right there. Yeah, I can't find the last three if I need that kind of time for them. Oh well. F. Still can't pull. It is really fucked up where the idea of pressing F to pay respects came from. I won't think about it too much. This level has amazing music and the level sucks. Well, worst last level I can imagine. This intense, fast music makes you want to play a really cool level. You're gonna ride this fucking platform the whole time. And you will not have any fun. but the music does rip. Thank you, hammer. Thank you, glide. What the hell is that? Totally forgot about enemies that look like that. And no, the checkpoint does not mean you're free from the platform. There will be another one. The whole level is this. Literally, the last level is all this. Bit of a shame, honestly. Game really could have ended off on a better... I mean, I don't think the final bosses are bad, if I remember properly, but... Ugh, really? For the last level of the game, auto-scroller wasn't what I expected? Yeah, right? Believe me, no one is happy with this. Also, those misleading rings in that bit were kind of rude. Oh. At least I can glide. Make some of these jumps better. Alright, so this time we stay in the middle. Amy still fucking dies, but I didn't. Alright, this fucking enemy spawns too. Please let me in. Oh, thank God. Hey, ciao. Sure hope they don't expect me to get back to the same platform. You better give me another one. Thank God. Alright, there's 2. I think there's 3 in total, but 3 is a good, because 3 is a good number. But yep, it's all this. Now, I don't know if the real speed run, the proper, like, human run has anything like this, but the task of this level does not use the platform. It's really ridiculous to watch. Oh, come, oh, how dare you. Man, the hitbox on that is nice for situations like that. Not high enough for that B, but I don't think it's gonna cause any problems. Oh no, this hammer swing was too much. It was too slow. Alright, so don't handle that like that. Had a checkpoint though, so should be able to handle this. There's range, right? Yes. Go down. Amy almost pulled that platform out of here. That's one thing that's a little annoying about this game. Your partner can sometimes just activate things. Back, forward. Which is a really nasty oversight on a level like this, you know? I don't know why Amy spin dashed there. She's gone. Now, stop there. Maybe glide over you, too. Oh, there's no more jump scares like that. Now get me the hell out of here.
All right.
Unsurprisingly, this means it's very easy to get the gold time. I'll just try and head to the boss as this team, but if I end up dying or running out of lives, oh, well, even then I'll probably just switch to, again, a team with cream on it. And I'll not use the phrase I used earlier. I think I need a different team if I want to do a minigame like that, because this is not mobile enough for that. I don't even remember what the boss of this zone is. I mean, I think there's a Gemerald fight, but other than that... Wait, did I... No, what? Oh, I didn't actually end up beating Act 2, did I? I game over it on it, then must have gone to 3. Well, in that case, it means at least it means I get a better final level. No, I did 2. And does that mean I didn't end up beating Act 1? Yeah, I did 3. Huh. I do not remember not beating Act 1, but... Either way, I get a better last level than Act 3. Nice. Alright, let's fucking gun it this time. Hopefully. Wait, I see something. Neat. Oh, wait, I can get up there. Tag action. Speaking of gunning it. Alright, let's cook. Let him cook. Let him get cooked. Alright, I have to be a little more careful when the shoes are around. I mean, it's gotta be the shoes, you know? I don't know why I thought I beat this level and I just didn't. Guess that's one thing the hub makes a little confusing. Yeah, you get some physics things when you land on those, huh? Okay, I'm gonna avoid the speed shoe this time, because I may not want to go that fast. Oh god, that's solid. Why is it solid? I mean, because it's a rock, but besides that. Get me the hell out of here. Hey, a checkpoint. Don't have any lives, but a checkpoint. Uh-oh. That will get me an extra life up there, so... Go up, and up. I think the one of the big speedrun teams for this game is Tails and Sonic, because of the fact that Sonic's tag action is just immediately rocket you to max speed, and the fact that Tails can just fly out of that and keep all the horizontal speed. It lets you do some silly ass shit. Oh right, I don't roll when I jump. Safe. Going up. Let's try going this way this time. This level is really big, and a lot of times the paths can go all over. It's actually very cool. It's just kind of beating my ass a little. Going up. Lots of ways to take this. We'll try this one. Skip some platforming. But not all of it. Whew. Where's this taking me? Oh. Maybe there's some other path I can take, but I don't want to risk that right now. Place is too scary. Whew. Glad I was able to land on that ledge. Some games might not let you do that. I gotta stop making stupid decisions and make good ones. Oh, okay.